What up? What's up? What up, everybody? What up, everybody? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up? Let me give my shout outs right quick before I get started. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas. Big shout out to Shreveport Mike representing Shreveport. What up, fam? Big shout out to the 614 tree. I see you, fam. Yo, salute to In the Woods 456. I see you, fam. Catch Rick. Yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to the Swamp Nest Monster, a.k.a. Melee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Big shout out to my man, main man, the man, Johnny Rockets in the house. What up, fam? Hey, man, appreciate everybody for showing up. Big shout out again to all my people on the back street. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Y'all know this is a Friday night. We in here trying to figure out what we was going to talk about tonight. And it was funny to me because I always wind up doing it almost at the last minute. Because, again, you think about it all day and you try not to talk about the same thing you've talked about before. But one of the funniest things that came up to mind that we really, we thrown in there, but we really never talked about, and that was this, when things aren't what, they say they are. When you hear that, sometimes it's always based on people's opinions. I mean, that scenario can go so many ways, but it's different when you are a part of the scenario. Sometimes you got to put yourself in the person that is actually happening to. Like for me, a great example is You Are Not the Father. You know what I'm saying? If you ever watched the show, it's crazy how far things have to go. You know what I mean? He got his nose, he got his eyes and everything. And you ain't never been with nobody. No, I ain't never been with nobody. And then the one dude over there, he just swept, nah, it's not my baby. I got 3 other kids. That baby don't look nothing like mine. They come out, oh, you're not the father. And all of a sudden, the chick is shocked. The thing about that is, when you have the evidence, listen. Now, I'm trying to make this point, though, because it's at that moment, it becomes unquestionably, deniability is straight out the window simply because there's a fact that he is not the father. See, it's them facts. Things that you got to get on in there and do your research. Now, I know the DNA test, when they say 99.9, that's supposed to be enough to, if it's missed to be that 1%, then, the law don't even look at it that way. But it becomes the fact. So the fact that you was supposed to never been with somebody else becomes a lie. It's a lie. You got to be with somebody. If that ain't the daddy shit, do you even know? If it ain't him, do you even know? That leads to other possibilities. And this American Pit Bull Terrier dog game has given us many of those situations that where you have to get down and do the proper research, and then it has to become what I consider the results of the DNA test. It's got to be fact, and that fact beyond a reasonable doubt can be established in our, court system as far as paternity will be based on that DNA as fact. Yep, that's a fact. You was lying. It's the fact that you was with somebody else. It's the fact that he ain't the daddy. But you step into this game on this side of the wall and you try your best to understand the facts. And sometimes the best evidence of facts is when you have the principles that are involved, like the baby mama and supposed to be baby daddy. Once you have the principles involved and know them, they might have different stories about a situation that actually happened. I mean, it's the fact that the situation happened, but the story behind how it got there is where you have to find the fact of the matter. And in a lot of cases, fellas, you got to admit, sometimes when people say things and they stand on them, and I'm talking about the principles, when they're standing on their version of what actually happened, the fact part of what actually happened, you still have to decide between those two things because you're trying to hold everybody credible. And sometimes that's when the integrity and you start doing your homework and you listening to who actually the two principles are, and then you always have to make a decision based on that. This game has given us these situations in many stories that even we've been a part of, that actually boils down to everybody, when you have that issue to where you have to believe, people take sides. People will take sides. And it's a matter of who you believe, because sometimes you're going to have people believing in both parties. So those situations still become unsolved situations because you're not going to get to what caused something that is a fact. And that's the only fact, that this situation, it happened. But how it happened is still unresolved. I think that has carried a very long way in this community. And it's funny how it's handled. When you talk about some of these stories, you think about how it was handled. Like, taking a dog and then, bringing a dog or hanging a dog on the porch, or some people just going up and just shooting the dog. All the crazy things that you look at a story and then you know this happened, and then how the results of what happened. We know this happened. What led up to that happening? And that's where it always was one of them situations. I used to stop and say, well, he was mad enough to go kill a dog. That what you call mad. Do I kind of believe what, or maybe is he petty like that? You still, when it comes down to the principle, which we're left to the thing, something that happens, but we never really get the true story. And so when you always get people insinuating and without dealing with facts, some things you're never going to agree on. But that doesn't mean you let it go, because the average person, even like me, I always looked into the situation to the point to where I'm looking deep into, well, history gonna give me something. Just like man come in, he's in there. At some point he was believing that was his baby, and then all of a sudden there had to be a point to where he stopped believing that's his baby. His name all on the birth certificate and everything, but all of a sudden we need a paternity test because I don't think that's my baby. When you got those kind of situations, you got to get down there and look and actually see what's going on before you pass judgment. I always say that because everybody has an opinion and everybody can tell the story based on what they hear. But I think the average person, if they just not, they trolling, or you really want to know because maybe you're fitting to do business with this person, or you got kind of some kind of following or something, and then you check in and shit, and integrity has a whole lot to do for me based on things that happen. See, I kind of look at it every time. If you go back, you're mad enough to go hang the dog on the man's porch, then you either you petty or you was damn dead serious about what you was stressing. Because that if you really trying, you really hurt a person that mad, you got to do something like that, or go up and just shoot the dog. Those kind of people I take kind of serious, because whether it be petty or not, them people, that's just people standing on what they, standing on 10 toes down. You don't know how people gonna act when certain situations get to the point they ain't really the ones you want to be messing with. This community has always showed us that ignorance in those type of situations, and I call them ignorant because you really think about what comes behind some of the dumb things that I've seen and heard people do, it's kind of like, wow. Over a dog, that's when you start being like, over a dog. Now, I know as a dog man, we hold the value of these dogs high. They're like, they more valuable than the jewelry that you might wear around your neck. Because you can take that off and go put it over there in the corner, and all it can do is sit over there and look good. When you're dealing with these dogs, you're trying to have the same shine. You're trying to have that same glow that made you buy that jewelry. But this over here takes a little bit more tender and care. I got to create that shine. I got to create that body. I got to create that dog. I got to take care of that dog. And if it's many dogs, that's the true concept. And I think for these American Pit Bull Terriers, based on everything that comes with them, you got that kind of love and that kind of to do what it really takes to have them. They're not just there to look pretty. That's your creation. You built that ultimate American Pit Bull Terrier. So you would be the one that would know pretty much more about what you're doing and anything that happens pertaining to your jewelry. You know what I mean? But then when things go wrong, when I say things go wrong, one of your prized jewels gets stolen. Now, who in the hell been on the yard? How would all the dogs out here? Why would they steal that one? Think about them situations. When you got to start looking at everybody funny. And when you start looking at everybody funny, then the speculations start flying around. Been part of them situations. Had to get in and look at this whole situation and then handle it appropriately. But think about all the great dogs that have been stolen. We all know the stories. I always use the Bolio situation because I know Sonny knew what Bolio was. I don't even care how Pat had him. That's just like Norm stealing Little Mayday. And then he wound up in somebody else's hands. My thing in that whole dilemma is, if I see my dog, we were going to have a problem. Because I don't know where Norman is, but now I know where my dog is. Sonny knew where his dog was. I know some people who knew where their dog was, and they go get their dog. And sometimes, it's sad to say, but you just don't want to be caught with a stolen dog. How it got stolen, now we're on a whole new, where you get the dog from. Remember, this thing gets real serious, what I'm saying. Stuff gets real serious. You even go through stuff like that when you're dealing with transporters. You're dealing with people who taking your dog somewhere, and then they find out the dog didn't get there the way it was supposed to get there. Sometimes the dog didn't even show up, type of situation. We need to discuss what happened. Then you have people throwing the story around, putting the blame on the man, and you got to hear his side, and then you got to, Because these are the things, when things aren't what they say they are, how do you handle them? Because this game's going to offer a whole lot of that. This community has always offered plenty of that. But in the same token, understanding just how special these animals are to the beholder. It's like that jewelry. When they look dull, you shine it up. You handle these dogs that way. And when somebody takes from you, that becomes a whole new story. Like I said, this game has plenty. And some of them to me were like unsolved mysteries. You know, you just like can't remember. I know Niggerino got stolen. You know, I know art got stolen. I never heard the story on. Well, yeah, I did. I think Niggerino was shipped to wound up in Mexico, so I can't even imagine a great dog like that. And you never know what's actually coming off of it. You know, he's gone, but we know if you go through the trouble of stealing a great dog like that, you didn't do it just to. You know, I'm hoping that when people steal these dogs, they were actually looking to do something great with them. We would never know what it is. We would never be able to find the dog, but I never understood the purpose of why you would steal a person's dog. A dog. But you know, this bulldog game, that's a part of it. Please don't let it be worthy of something. Please don't let it be looking good. Because that's when the stories always start. We just have great stories to talk about because these stories are stories that might fit you one day. How would you really be if I know my great dog is over there on his yard? Come on. I know he's over there. But for some reason, you never made no attempt to go get him. I never really, and if anybody, don't get me wrong, y'all know I'm talking about Bolero. So, but we all know Pat didn't make it a secret. He always talked about who he got the dog from and all that, but if the dog was as valuable to Sonny, I would have thought Sonny would get him. And being that Pat knew it was Sonny's dog, why didn't, and he was stolen, why wouldn't Pat just give him the dog back? They might have had an agreement. There might be a story out there that says that became an agreement. But the thing was, from my end, and over the years, I never heard that story. I still always questioned why didn't Sonny go get the dog, and if Pat knew it was a stolen dog, why didn't Pat give him back the dog? That's the part of the game that when you look at those situations, all the way down to how I feel about, you know, the situation with art. People don't understand that happened in Ohio. Yeah, there's a story about what actually did happen and how it actually happened and what happened to art after the fact. You know, same thing with us seeing Molly B. Never knew how that person wound up with that great dog and don't even know if he sent somebody to get that great dog. Or did somebody go get the great dog and he knew who the dog was and he wound up with the dog. I mean, those kind of things kind of get you to wonder, did he breed the dog? Did he have anything come off the dog? Fact is, I know you got the dog. Now, why would you have the dog, or if you didn't take the dog, you spent money on the dog, you know who the dog is, you know, what you plan on doing with it. You know, those type of situations. I never knew if even when we was down there, whether he was a breeder or anything, remember, because we was new to this. That's all. And we was talking about the great dog. I would thought he would have been the one who made it a great dog. Didn't understand that it was a stolen dog. You know, that's those type of issues. Because I can tell you that because we know. Hell, we was right there with the person who had the dog. So you know the dog. After, you know that years later that this dog was stolen because James never told us about a stolen Molly B at the time. What one of them things. If I think if it was really like that, he would have really been. I mean, James had his whole yard, stripped before by thieves. But I think back in them times, if that was had anything like that been going on for around when we was around there, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have been on the yard. And then based on Cheryl Powell, sooner or later, he was gonna get down to that anyway because he was still the sheriff of this big old county, and he had no problems and knew pretty much everybody who had dogs, and that probably would have been the worstest thing you do. But did he know that Molly B was over there? But we wouldn't know how that all turned out because we just happened to know that person who ran the club. So just them things you sit down and we can sit down and talk about and really analyze because it gives you an understanding of this is always going to be a part of the game. And I wouldn't care how far in the future y'all plan on going doing whatever y'all do. Them kind of stories are always going to need this story over this story, but we're going to always have the fact that that did happen. Now, what happened? That's where the story is going to come from. So, I'm going to let Mo get into it because he know a whole lot more stories than I do. I just thought it was just something that if you go back and you talk about these things, and then you start comparing things. Like, I think the one is Sundance and Red Devil. I know I'm all going to talk about that because when Mo and our kennel partner, they be on top of everything. And I remember when they started having that conversation. Because remember, we were look at the people that we were breeding dogs with. Even throughout our whole entire career, look at some of the dogs we were breeding to. We always made it a point to breed to the people who were doing what we were trying to do. So it's easy for us to sit there and find and see shit when they was doing as much as they was when there'd be them flaws. And then they seen a lot of dogs. See, one thing, I didn't do as much as they did. I didn't travel to go to a lot of yards. Because they always was talking dogs. All the way there, all the way back. So I used to come, I just didn't take the ride. But it's always funny because they could always say things, and I look at it the years later, how big an issue that little thing that was so little back then, how big, and the things that how its history start looking at different when that dog is that dog. Now, why would they do that? And then time people almost forget that situation, it had a bite on it. It had some traction. But you kind of like you get away from the traction, and then you still people who almost like stuck with what they see, and only way that they find out that what they're seeing is not what they said it is when somebody bring it up as a conversation piece. Most of the time, the person who generally went through that, they rather just stick with what they got. This is how they roll with because this is what you're dealing with. But you're gonna be the true person to really see if what is true or false, because you have the ability to be. That is not the father. You know what I mean? That is not the way it is supposed to be. Because how in the hell? Because these things really do be happening, fellas, when you are dealing with not newbies, but seasoned dog men. Seasoned dog men have went through these issues, have tested the waters to see just for themselves. I think the biggest jump for me was the beeline situation. I think that's how Wildside stepped in to me that saved the name, but it didn't. It blemished. You never seen the beeline situation because the name had already been drugged through the mud. I don't, not as many people would have trusted anything to do with. I think that was Blackjack Mo. Who was that? The one that was that Windy City ended up getting from Beeline that they still.
Oh, that was
Wild Side Cowboy. Yeah, I'll let him tell you the story. But them kind of situations like there. If it don't be for Wild Side, that cowboy shit wouldn't have never got traction. It would have never got traction, y'all. Believe that. Calamity Jane. I mean, I'm gonna let Mo tell y'all, but those things are things that, regardless of what the situation, the fact is, we know this wasn't right. We knew that wasn't right. It proves that wasn't right. But was the dog actually worthy of being what he said they were? Well, Wildside gave him a chance. Anything outside of that, we knew about Calamity Jane based on what they were saying, but in the long run, when you see her in there, none of that shit is true. Why? Because you take away the beeline and you put Wildside in there. I guess that was supposed to make the shit true. But who would know that? How many people out here in this community know that? Y'all know just like I do. Us old schoolers, we know that type of shit. And that don't mean because we old. It only becomes relevant when we see it and when people be, speaking of these certain dogs and their pedigrees, when you sitting there looking like, damn, I wonder if they know. They'll jump on that Wild Side name. But would they be acting like that if they really knew it was beeline bullshit?
Champion Cowboy really a champion?
Was Champion Cowboy really a champion? Hell.
I
mean, there's so much that you can throw into this conversation, but this is why we want to talk about it tonight because, for me, fellas, this goes way, way back. This is way back, probably way beyond tutoring now. This is actually a part of the American Pit Bull Terrier community. There's always been some type of reaction, some type of, story. And why I want to talk about it because think about yourself and how many stories that you can tell. Now imagine you dealing with people who new to this. The ones who believe the stories. Remember, I look. Yeah, tell them that story because I knew it happened. But I don't know why Maurice did it. I mean, for me, I was down with Maurice because he was 10 toes down because he wasn't playing about what he was saying.
No,
it was Tudor did it to him. See, Tudor was standing on that business, man. He was already, but see, the story better. But I know the dog got hung. Now, I don't know the story behind and why it got hung, but for whatever, you wanted to believe, I'm going with the man who hung the dog because he was standing 10 toes down. He wasn't playing. He was not playing. But those are just some of the things when I'd be like, a lot of people who's coming new to this, and I can tell who the ones, if, again, you can be fooled and love what we saying and what we doing is entertainment. But sometimes it just pays to keep it as just a learning tool and entertainment. Everybody has their opinion. Everybody has different experiences. But one damn thing for sure, like any and everything else in life, we're all going to go through and we've all had our own experience and we all going to find ourselves at some point and sometime going through some kind of shit dealing with these American Pit Bull Terriers. So if you're going to have a conversation, why not just be real about it? That's all I'm saying is share the bad. I mean, we share our good as much as we share our bad. We share our experiences. We share, fellas, get them cameras up. Fellas, make sure that you do check them chains, check them collars. I mean, all that we say because And I don't know why we stopped saying it, but again, after a while, you just think, how many times can you say it? Because at that point, it's like what my dad used to do. He used to say shit, and then he would stop saying it, and he let me do some dumb shit. And then maybe I think when it happened to me, one instance, I was dealing with a microwave. I don't know if I said this before, but I was dealing with a microwave. And my father always was telling me, make sure it's unplugged and to, short out the capacitor before you start messing with it. Okay. Now, take it, fellas. I've been doing this for a long time where he even comfortable enough to let me do this by myself. And I think I was so eager to get in there because this is the first one I'm going to be doing, without him standing over my shoulder. And all I got to do is just take this thing all the way apart and put it back together. Because that's how he used to do to make sure we knew everything. You get that point, now you take everything apart, lay it out on the table, and then see it on the table, and then he put it back together, and then you plug it in, and it's supposed to work. Now, my father had many of these things. We have appliance stores, old and new ones. But he let me have my first shot at it, and unplugged it, went to taking it apart and everything, and I didn't short out the capacitor. Of all things, I paid more attention to everything but that one little thing. When that thing hit me, all I remember was a blue light I seen and being knocked across the room. And then I don't know if the actual shock is knocked me out or that when I got through, I hit my head. I couldn't tell because generally if you hit your head, when you come out of it, you would think your head would still be hurting. So I'm always, the shock, I believe the shock is what really had me fucked up. But my dad wasn't there to see that. I never tried to tell him that until he laughed one day and he seen me and taking one apart and putting it back together and seeing what I did. And he started laughing. He said, "You got hit, didn't you?" I said, "How you know?" He said, "Because that was the first thing that you did when you took it apart." And he was right. He said, you must have got hit. I said, "Why? How you know?" He said, "Because that's the first thing you went after when you started taking it apart." He said, "Hard head makes a soft ass till it happens to you, bruh." You know what I'm saying? All I had to do was listen and pay attention, which I did, but I forgot about the least little thing was the most important part of that process. And that's what we be talking about when we talk about these dogs. You have to understand that if you ain't ever experienced it, but get ready for the ride and then try to take what makes sense, like checking the chains, like getting your cameras out, like making sure they got water, like keeping them cool in the summer, try to keep them as warm as you can in the winter. All these little small tidbits turn into something the least that you would expect it would, but the most important thing you need to do. So I'm gonna let Mo talk about that story, but I just throw that out there because again, everybody is not experienced, but everybody come to these shows for a reason. And if you're gonna come over here, we're gonna be talking bulldogs, but you might as well take advantage of some of the things we're saying because these are our life experiences. And after 30 plus years of dealing with them, and knowing a lot of people, you kind of just know enough about the game, and we all have our own little separate stories because y'all out there, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. And it'd be fun if some of y'all could share some of them stories with us because I'm pretty sure, you get to typing away in your own down there in the chat, and it'd be, and I see a lot that goes on because I know how experienced some of the people in that chat is. They know what we be stressing. But it's also there for the young guys to understand that, hey, if it hasn't happened, it will. But what person are you going to be in all these different scenarios? Can somebody actually have your dog and it's over there? Would you go get your dog? Or maybe it's your partner who didn't take the dog but wound up with the dog, but Only way you find out that, hey, he got the dog is you happen to slip up on him. Ain't that so and so? See how they react. My thing is, you know your dog. I've always been that. One thing you will know if you raise a dog up from a puppy, you gonna know your dog when you see it, and that dog gonna know you. But then them situations, the world, how do you explain that, bruh? You know, all these crazy scenarios. But I say scenarios, but best and truly believe these things definitely happen. But which one you gonna be? Take note. Check out some of the stories. Till then, man, I'm gonna turn this over to Mo. You, Mo.
What's up, everybody? It might need your pen, baby. Oh yeah. Where you train at? Okay, you can do what you want. Close all that. Cause ain't nothing up there you need. Put this like this. Yeah. What's up, y'all? So what we talking about tonight, Mike?
Well, the topic was the thing aren't what they say they are.
Mm-hmm.
Things aren't what they say they are. You already know the stories.
Stompanato had a story under him.
Yeah.
They say Stompanato wasn't bred the way they say he bred. I think it was a greasy corner kid that said something about it. No, L.A. Guy named L.A. He said, man, I actually talked to the guy. Mason hooked me up with him. We was all on a conference call, and he was talking about Stompanato. And he said, remember the guy taking the pedigree and showing him Stompanato's pedigree, his real pedigree. And he's saying this is his real pedigree. And he had the papers. So, okay, so what is the pedigree we've been breeding off of all these years? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get in here so I can load up here. I want to pull up. Stompanato was one. And hold on there. Let's see. We're going to do Stompanato first, y'all. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring up Stompanato because not too many people heard about this. You know what I mean? Yeah, this dog right here. They said that he wasn't even born with Maurice Carver. So somebody else actually had him, and Maurice got him, and then somebody else got him after that. But the guy actually had a picture of a litter, a Stompanato in a litter. I'm talking about puppies. Had a picture. was saying that this dog is not bred the way they got this dog bred right here. He went on to produce some nice dogs. Look at him. So however he was bred. And then you go to check and you say, okay, then if we look at these two breeders here, see if you had siblings. I'm not having siblings in this litter. I know there was a litter of puppies, so it got to be siblings. I'll do it this way. There's Stompanato there. There's Rascal. There's Loopy. The thing I've been looking for, there's James Crenshaw's Rascal, Loopy, is were these dogs able to reproduce themselves? You know, you see Aso Negro, you see him in a lot of pedigrees. You know, we know Rascal, POR. They were Pedro, Rascal Jr. Tojo, there's Champion Sugar, Bumblebee. You see, yeah. Now, as y'all see, they got him as a POR. But if we had to count these dogs, why wouldn't he be a registered mare? Don't need but 4 champions. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. And either one of them is Rascal. There's Crypto. There's Demon. No, that's all these are for Rascal. Yeah. Yeah. Demon. Sugar Pedro. Polly. And Rascal Jr. But they got him as an 8-time winner, 1-time loser, POR. Now, Black Shine, if he's the daddy of Rascal, I mean, look at Rascal in this picture here. And then we go back and look at Stompanato. Now, when you look at that right there, back in his time, you know, he would be considered as one champion here, two, six. No, I'm looking at their pedigrees, and they're saying now, okay, so they saying Stompanato not bred the way they say he was. When the guy had the litter, what do you think it would have been? Would have been Black Shine, the daddy, or one of these females were different? Because when we look at the way these dogs is bred, especially in the rascal side of it, you know, and I bred the Goodyear dog that he was heavy rascal, and they wasn't throwing out, you know, they wasn't just throwing out black dogs. They was throwing some, you know, Crybaby in them. She wasn't black, and the dogs that I was breeding to coming down off of Rascal, they weren't black either. They wasn't even the black and white type cow patch. No, they was throwing different dogs, you know, different colors. Rascal was black and white. I say Negro, Luke, Stompanato, black and white dog. Yet we was getting some buckskin black mask. When I bred Dusty, Dusty was a red and white dog. Almost looked like but she was red. She looked almost like Snooty. You know, had all red side, one side of her face, and the other side was white. And the white went down all the way across the chest, down to the white socks and shit like that. But when we bred her to the Rascal dog, and remember these was Rascal dogs, we didn't have no black puppies. Crybaby in them there was no black puppies in that litter. So I always wondered, you know, where did the buckskin come down off of? And I always wondered that, you know, because a lot of these dogs was black. So where the buckskin and the Rascal dogs that I seen, you know, where did the color change? Now I know if you mix black, whether it's black or white, with other colors, you're liable to have those throwbacks in those colors. But if we were to go looking into these, like, but he was a black dog. I don't know about this Champion Stabber, or this dog here. But wouldn't y'all want to know what color these dogs were? Being to look what color he is, you would think that we would be having some white dogs with black patches too. I wonder if any of them dogs, you know, we ain't got pictures of them, but wouldn't that be a good question to know? If we could just pick out a picture with one of these dogs and see if they was black. Was all of them black? See, there go a black and white one. See, that would be like a Stompanato look. And that's bred to Arts Missy. That's a nice breed there. A picture stabber. Hmm. I wonder what color that stabber was. Let's see. Flint. No pictures. I'm just trying to find some pictures, y'all, like we did the other one. While I'm going through them right quick, okay?
Where Bobby said it.
See, he was red and white. He was red and white, and he was coming by way of Arch Missy. Keep in mind now, Arch Missy is also Snooty's mama. So keep that thought in mind, because Snooty was a white dog with a red face. I mean, a red dog with a red face, a white face. Like I said, almost looked like Dusty.
Mm-hmm. Where Bobby said, can the dogs behind Stompanato be the real reason rascal dogs turned white with patches?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Yes, sir. My question was, the way Stompanato looked, and then you look at the way Rascal looked, it definitely had to be a black dog on the bottom. Because Rascal, I don't think Rascal had any also Negro on them dogs. Then none of them come out with no with the cow patch. More white with the black patch, or even black with the white patch. I've never seen that, but you know what I'm saying. But that's a good one. This dog here. Maybe the brother looked like Stompanato, but the litter mate, he came out red and white. Something probably looking like Snooty, like that. And she buckskin and white. At least we know where Snooty got his from. At least we know where El Pedro got his color from. Coming off a white dog with black patches. So this would be a good one in the pedigree. You do got Zeke in over there. She ain't black. Zeke goes back to Buck. Up to Buck. So we can see where that got carried down the line. A lot of this was red, not Black Widow, but shoot, Bible was red. Look at Black Shine. Now, whatever happened between Maurice and old Earl, it definitely didn't work out real good because he took her and hung her on Maurice's porch. Yeah, he gave her back to him. He did give her back to him. Hanging on his porch. Left her hanging on the porch. Heard the fallout was over some dogs. But if you look at Black Shine, it looked like she had some red in her. I know these Williams dogs, these is like old family red dogs here. No old pictures. That's interesting. And it's funny when you go back in these pedigrees and you notice even in how they stretch out and just go off their own little way, and you have different other lines of dogs. You see the same old dogs in a whole different line of dogs. That's what I love about going through pedigrees and seeing things like, you know, the average person would take and put a buck dog on top of this Eli stuff and swear up and down he got a 50-50 cross. Knowing if he was go back a little bit further, he'd find himself sitting over there with that old Fitzwater Goldie, same thing to take you down the same line, and you end up with in the buck dogs. Patrick stuff. Some of the Boyle stuff. These old dogs here, you don't see much of them anymore. You know what I mean? No, you can't never get past these right here. That's a whole line of dogs right there. Just understanding on the breeding. And then you wonder about Stompanato's breeding, because whatever Stompanato had in him, you see they going off a whole lot of directions with him. You know, you can say give Art Smith a lot of credit because she produced dogs that could produce. Her brother produced dogs that could produce, so they had the ROM genetic gene in them. You just look at Art Smith and start working your way back. Remember, she got Snooty off of her. So that would be Snooty. If this was Snooty here, that'd be ROM, way back here. And I always said, you know, ROM is almost like a genetic gene, like the color, like the shape of the head or the bodies. Because a lot of great producing dogs come from, most of them have ROM genetics. They got a lot of ROMs in their genetics, especially great producing dogs. You look at Mayday, you got great producing genetics. You look at Yellow, he got great producing genetics. They're there. So, however he was bred, because Stompanato, he really didn't have a great producing thing of genetics back in here, but he had great dogs that could produce. Now, I would say Bully Son was a registered merit. And to me, you go and really check out Eli Jr., why wouldn't he be a registered merit? Let's see. You got Art. They only got points for that. You got Hurt. So all we need is one more. Now when it comes to all wins, he had a couple of those. And then you got to give him his extra point. But you got to have at least 3 champions back in that time. was bred to a lot of dogs too. As far as having a bunch of damn puppies. But he definitely had all women in his genetics. Because Art was definitely an all woman. Divine's Patty, she was an all woman. Here's Eli 3 was an all woman. They got Night Train right here. They got him down as an all woman. They go Art. They go Eli 3. Then they got Divine's Patty. Then that one dog. That's 4 ROMs right there. Yeah. 4 ROMs right in that line of dogs. And back then, like you see, you got Niggerino, the Grand Champion Mike, Angus. Just a good line of bulldogs. Good, solid bulldogs. And we say that's Bully Son's brother. So between them right there, we know we got ROM genetics in them because Bully Son did it, and so did Eli Jr. To me, Eli Jr. was throwing out rougher dogs. You know what I mean? He had a lot to do with Angus. He had a lot to do with Art, doing some pretty nice dogs. Hurt was a good one. You look in there, the Chinaman, comes down from that up of that line of Chinaman all the way through, got Rascal, Luke, Niggerino. The Eli dogs were just as strong as the Bully Son dogs. And a lot of these guys has got these lines of dogs in your dogs. Because there was definitely a lot of those breedings. But this little female here, that LG stuff, they had a lot of great bulldogs. We really never really get into the LG stuff, but these dogs was definitely producing some dogs. Little Man, that Thibodeau, these was all some nice dogs. They were throwing some. Look at Double Trouble, producing the Register of Merit. I just wanted y'all to see how this shit was bred. You see the Eli Jr. in there? And the Bully Son. And you got too much good stuff back there. And I always think, the contributing factor, we know about Butcher Boy and Butcher Boy 2 and those dogs right there. You're still creeping around and you look back down in there and what do you see? And we know that this stuff right here is bringing in all in work. We know it. We know it. There's just so many ways that you can look at these dogs and be like, okay, I see the point. Top and bottom. So, right. I mean, at what point do we care how Stompanato's bred? When you try to look at the paperwork, or do you start from Stompanato with his production and go from there? Don't try to figure out what's back there. Because by now, with him producing, why does it matter? Because one thing for damn sure, if you notice how he's bred and the way he's producing certain dogs, let's go look at that one quick time. If we go look at Stompanato and the way he's being bred, we're seeing the Arts Missy, we're seeing the Thibodeau stuff, or Jim Bob. But if you notice, ain't nobody jumping all out there outside of that playground that they've been playing in. The same old playground. Same old playground. See all that all Williams stuff? All Williams produce match dogs. Hmm? Yeah, all them was all Smithsy, yes, sir. Little Stabber. You got Stabber being bred. The Georgia girl, double bred Boomerang. That's like putting double bred Art Smithsy down right in here. So it's basically the same thing. Art Smithsy, Boomerang's little mate's sister, going crossing this stuff into that. You're gonna get some good. It's a formula supposed to work. I'm diving in here, guys, to make a point on how a dog is bred. And when they sit there and they do funny things with the paperwork, and you notice the Art Smithsy Stompanato breeding had several good dogs in that litter. Now maybe some of these is throw-ins, and a lot of us, a lot of people don't know about, like, we know the more famous dogs, but when you see these extra dogs that came down by way of these, not saying that they don't belong there, just understand that they got some of these dogs in somebody's pedigree. Because definitely, we know Arch Missy didn't make all women. She made all women, but she definitely got a lot more winners than what they give her credit for, because if she was getting credit for these right here, wouldn't she be right up there with Honey Bunch and Awesome Baby? Ain't that a good point to make? And she old school, so we can't even. She's falling under the old rules. Where the females were still, just 3 champions, and they made all women. But shoot, I think we counted like 4 or 5 off of her. We get the extra point with the registered merit on the grand champion. I make her with 6 points. But through all the years of the recording of the journal, Arts Missy thinks she only had 4 points under her registered merit. And don't get me wrong, because it might have just been 3. I know Rascal was one of them. Not Rascal, am I right? Not Rascal. Here, let me get back to him. It wasn't Rascal. This one here, this guy here. This one and these two were definitely journal champions. I never knew about Ty. That's an Art Smithy there. That's a Georgia girl, but that's Art Smithy right here. Those are all the siblings in that one litter. Beasley's Rawhide, never heard of him. But I definitely heard of this one here and this one here. Yeah, that's him. Same dog down here.
While he doing that, let me give my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Dickie Foster. I see you, fam. Big shout out to RBG Lone Wolf. Salute, fam. Genetics rocking in the house. I see you, fam. Big shout out to Napier. What's up, fam? Big shout out to the Mad Doctor. I see you, fam. Yo, my man K-Walk in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Super Dimitri in the house. 2011. What up, fam? Big shout out to King James. I see you, fam. Yo, to my man Mayhem Kennels, representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combine Kennels. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mangolia Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. John Debris in the house. What up, fam? In the woods. 456. What up, fam? SFK Fred in the house. What up, fam? Miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? Big shout out to my man El Dorado Venezuela. What up, fam? Bloodthirst, aka Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? I think I did say big shout out to my nephew out there, Red Bobby. I see you, fam. A big shout out to my man, Mr. Henry James. What up, fam?
Yeah, man, that's why I was just going through here, just checking out some of this stuff over here. But man, that's where, when I be looking at these pedigrees, man, and I be thinking of the great dogs that came down off of them. And through all the years, now these dogs is a little join me, but before my time, as far as me really getting into the game, So it's like, imagine these dogs is 30, 40 years back there, y'all. Yet, the impact that they have had in the game. These certain dogs that we pull up these great dog pedigrees and we see these same old lineup of certain dogs in the way they're all at one time were all bred just alike. And that means they was copying the pattern. There's no way you're gonna tell me they wasn't copying the pattern, the formula. You know, me feeling like I wasn't doing no different than everybody else. So when I say I jump on something and I ride it, because I seen it work, I'm not the only one. Is proof that I'm not the only one think like that. Because look at these breedings in the great dogs and the way they branched off and made history in so many other different bloodlines. But when you go back so far, you see those same old dogs, and they all, I mean, from alligator, you know, the Nick stuff, I mean, all that stuff. I mean, it just totally amazes me that they were able to surpass time. I mean, when you're talking about Frisco and the Chinaman lines, and look at the way Fat Bill and them was taking those dogs and breeding them and coming up with a whole new line of shit that was working. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't creating nothing new. They wasn't creating nothing new. They was putting shit together that they know was working. Exactly. And the reason why they was putting it together, because they was trying to get some stock to play in. You know, at one time, Tom was an active member of the sport. So just imagine Tom, when he got tired of getting caught up in the stuff and just went into the breeding. It's not like Tom don't know what a match dog look like. And it sure as hell don't, you know, just after all the years from back then to all the way even to now, the man don't know how to breed. The man knows how to breed. The man got the money to go out and buy anything that he put out there that became something. He gonna go buy it back and put it on his yard and stamp his brand on there because probably produced the shit anyway. But it just, you know, when I see the breedings going on today, and I still say that, you know, they got the background of the old time dogs. It's like the guys that raised those old family red-nosed dogs and don't try to step outside of that line. What are they trying to maintain? To maintain the old family red? Are they just trying to maintain the pedigree to be able to say these are old family red-nosed dogs? Back then, let's talk about them same old red-nosed dogs that was being matched. That really put the name out there for a reason. If it wasn't significant, we wouldn't be calling them old family red-nosed dogs today. If they weren't significant, what would we care? You know? Today, though, you know, they're, you know, I think they're not as prominent as they used to be, but there's prominent dogs that came out of that line that you will find in literally, like we see all this other stuff with the Tudor stuff, you're going to find a whole lot of old family red-nosed dogs in these dogs, whether they black, tan. You know what I'm saying? You might even go around there and catch a couple blue with the shit in them. You know what I'm saying? So they definitely had an impact. Definitely had the impact from Red Boy on down. Okay, now we gonna pass on past Stompanato. Might want me to move on. But see, is anybody saying anything? Well, I ain't hearing it. That's a good one. That's because, I mean,
Big shout out to my man, Kennels. What up, fam? I got that pedigree. I'm gonna wait a minute. Big shout out to Arrowhead Kennels. What up, fam? Big shout out to the Insane Honey Badger. I see you, fam.
You know, what am I doing? They got me over here doing check-ins.
Almost up.
Let's see what it say. Select all the scripts of the bicycle. Okay. We're doing verifications for somebody.
When do you going to keep going?
It's telling me, oh, they just kicked me everywhere, Mike. They really trying to make sure, huh? Dang. We got there, y'all. Damn, I didn't know what the heck that was. Might want me to bring this dog up here, y'all. Because he's one of them dogs, you know, there's a story behind. Now, y'all see that heartbreak dog? See how he look, right? He is off, that's heartbreak. This dog right here, that's Heartbreak's brother. Now, keep in mind now, remember how Heartbreak looked. That's Miss Leakey. Still red nose. Look at Buckus. Okay, I'm gonna get to her in a minute. Daisy May. Okay, now let's go pull up Tench Red Devil. We know that's Tench Red Devil right there. Let's see where Heartbreak at. Yeah. Okay. Now let me go back. Sundance's sibling. And the funny thing about it, as the story was said, we know there's a Gaston Sundance, and we got a Tant Sundance. So we know that David Tant bought Sundance. So he had Sundance on the yard. Even I think he even bred him. Now, why you think this dog only got this right here? But then check out this dog. Three pages. Let's see, the thug got a picture of him. No. But if you were to take Sundance and put him with change Red Devil, right? If you were to take the Red Devil stuff on Thug and put it back down there where it's supposed to be as a buck dog, you wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference. Because you put it with the right stuff. This was buck. Now you put that right, same stuff right there on top of. What I do? I lost it. Did I lose it? No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I just lost Red Devil though. I lost it. Let me put it back. I'm trying to find Thug. I'm trying to put Thug back up here. Yeah, there you go. Thug. Okay, I had to go back to Thug. Yeah, what I was saying was you take this same stuff right here and put the actual breeding, the buck stuff, double bred buck, crossed into some yellow. We all know that works. But if you're trying to ride on the yellow train, you know what I'm saying? This would be Red Devil, yellow, 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 yellow. But the truth of the matter is, this dog is a buck dog. Wasn't a buckskin, he was a red nose. We all know this stuff goes perfect with yellow. That's a whole Stone City line down there. You got the mating line, you know, these dogs, producers, period. But this is the real pedigree on Red Double. And the thing was, Triple A, let's go pull him up. Start going through that little Mayday syndrome. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't say it's not possible to just put his dog to be Brindle. Cause I don't know, and I ain't for sure, but I don't think none of I don't think Sassy was no Brindle dog. I'm almost positive she wasn't a Brindle dog. We can look at her offsprings and see if she threw some Brindle dogs. Okay, we got Triple A. We knew she threw a red dog here. If they want to call that off of yellow, but that's not off of yellow. No, I don't know if we got any pictures of yellow Sassy. No. Pretty sure STP would know what color she was. There's Jedi. Up a buck. And that produced the Nico stuff. Now they ended up with some. Remember, Awesome Baby had some Brindle dogs when bred the buck. I mean, Yellow Buck threw some Brindle dogs, dark brown Brindle dogs. Remember Sarah Kell? Little Buck, our dog, he was Brindle, like Triple A. And that was Buck bred to Awesome Baby that had Yellow Buck, and he had like a little red Brindle in him. Awesome Baby was like red Brindle or damn self. But as you can tell, when you breed the yellow stuff into the buck stuff, you get match dogs.
Big shout out to the Letterman. Letterman said, well, you just got on that. He said, where did that Brindle come from in AAA? Can somebody explain this?
That's what we working on, baby boy. I'm trying to show you the foo-foo. I'm trying to point out the foo-foo. Especially when you got such a big jump to put in AAA. You're putting this dog as the litter mate. Knowing damn well this dog looked like Daisy May. This dog looks like Buckets. This dog looks like Heart Attack. He look like the Sundance that he bought over there at Gas's house. He look like a Gaston dog. But he got a little mate brother, straight Brindle. Now, as you can see, is he breeding this dog right here back then now, right? And then you go back and look at Triple A and why did the old boy pop up? Take another good look at Triple A before he dip. Triple A looking old, ain't he?
Remember, Red Devil didn't pop up. He did not pop up until this dog right here started throwing blanks. Then all of a sudden, he got a little mate brother. David Tandon popped up with a little mate brother named Red Devil. I mean, dog came out of nowhere. Everybody running around with AAA dogs. Think I'm bullshitting? Everybody running around with AAA dogs. Think I'm bullshitting? Look at this shit. Now, why do you think they go lock and load? That's the dog I lost to right there. Let me take out a picture of him. Well, he quit one time. He might have became champion. No, he quit. But yeah. See all those dogs? That's a lot of dogs. This dog started shooting blanks. We got 6 pages of this shit. Which one? Well, it all depends. Because, I mean, look, Lock and Load wasn't he wasn't no Brindle dog. Wasn't none of them Brindle. Crash wasn't Brindle. Lock and Load wasn't Brindle. You know what I'm saying? They looked like the damn dogs. If they took any color, they took this color right here. This Jeep color. The black mask. Wasn't a damn Brindle damn dog in that litter. You know what I'm saying? We go down through a couple of these AAA dogs. I mean, can somebody point out, maybe we can pull up a picture of one of these dogs and see if he threw Brindle dogs. He bred him enough. But for me, I ain't never seen too many Brindle dogs off the dog. But I can tell you this much. He looks old as hell in this picture. Okay? But this dog right here to pop up. Remember, he popped up when that dog started shooting blanks. You don't see all that white muzzle old dog bulldog like that no more. No. That's his little mate brother right there, looking younger than him. But now the Red Devil that took over the show. No more AAA. Now we dealing with Red Devil dogs for the next 5 years. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Good question to ask. Where did the Brindle come from? Well, everybody, we all keep talking about, you know, David Tant and the things that he's done and all those other things. But we gotta look at it for what it is. He was selling dogs. Look, the Yellow was dead probably 2 years before they decided to start putting some other dogs with his pedigree. You know, Yellow was still producing. He was probably, you know, sticks and bones. I know he was awful old when he bred to Dolly. He was barely alive when he bred to Dolly. Big shout from a man, Letterman. Letterman said, if you're referring to Gaines Jr., I've heard they were not littermates. Who knows? Because where did the Brindle come from in Junior? Again, good point. None of the dogs behind Gaines Jr. were Brindle, to my knowledge. None of them. None of them. Good point there, Letterman. This dog right here
That's right. He was a Brindle dog. And you like me. We got yellow, we got Sassy. Remember we were trying to say we don't know what color Sassy was. Because remember now, Sassy, she's yellow in them and triple A in them, and she did come up with that Brindle dog. Yellow bred to Sassy produced a Brindle dog. So they had the genetic in them. Where did they get it from? But one thing for sure, that's the question, because you got to keep in mind now, JR was a Brindle dog. We don't know where it came from him. But if you take Yellow and bring it back to his sister and she threw a Brindle dog, she threw a Brindle dog, triple A. Then we should be able to go in here and find some of these red chocolate dogs that like Red Devil then. Okay, so we want to ask that question. We can suffice for the Brindle now. Okay, we have to say, okay, JR, Gain is JR. If he bought him from David Tant or did he buy him from Fletcher Shavers, either way, JR, Grand Champion JR, was Yellow's littermate brother. A Brindle dog. So Yellow bred to Sassy, knowing that, in that litter there was a Brindle dog. And keep in mind now, I did say Awesome Baby was bred to Buck, and she had a red Brindle dog, but Yellow Buck threw Brindle dogs like Triple A. You see what I'm saying? So that Brindle was definitely popping up. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to where the hang up was. When he started throwing them blanks, we gonna give you a maybe on the Brindle. But when you start throwing blanks and now you're having these chocolate red dogs, and you got so-called Triple A's littermate brother who popped up out of nowhere looking younger than him, and now he's on the breeding stand, and now he's the new Yellow Sassy breeding, and everybody's breeding to him, never questioning the fact that, where did this dog come from? And that's for damn sure. Sundance, Triple A never threw a Brindle dog. We gave everybody else an excuse and room to throw a Brindle dog. Okay, we got that. We did get a couple Brindles in these breedings here. But Red Devil, come on, y'all. Red Devil did not throw one Brindle dog. Not one. Because he was a Gaston dog. He was a Gaston dog. He was a Buck dog. He was throwing a lot of red, same like with 357. Buckets, Daisy May, Miss Leakey, all red shit. That's all Triple A was throwing. So that's where the slide come in at, because we gave him a benefit of the doubt with the Brindle shit. Okay, we gave them benefit of the doubt with the Brindle shit, but you're not gonna give me no excuses when this littermate brother, this new brother who's still producing, still looking like he younger than his other, what's supposed to be his littermate brother, and goes in for the next 4 or 5 years breeding him as Triple A's littermate brother off of Yellow. Then all of a sudden, Sundance breedings all come to an end.
My man Eli Monster said, "Going hard, how many red Brindle dogs have you seen?"
Well, I've seen red Brindle because I had one. Red Ace was a red brindle dog, Brat's mother. But she was coming off of Grand Champion Ace, who was a brindle dog. I had Little Buck from Stone City off of Grand Champion Yellow Buck and Champion Miss Nico. He was a brindle dog. No, but Yellow Day was red. That's right. Yellow Day was a red brindle, and his brother, Bucko, and the Little May's sister.
Yeah, we had a couple.
We had a couple red brindle dogs. Yes, when we got those dogs off of Stone City, yeah, Baby and them came out of a litter. Buck Rogers and Baby, you see what color they is? They straight up yellow. But they also had those yellow dogs in their litter. The red-nosed, yellow-looking dogs. Because that's what Baby and Buck Rogers was. Damn near like buck skin, but they were more like a yellow buck skin with red noses. But they had litter mates that was red brindle, just like Awesome Baby.
Yellow Buck was red brindle. Yellow Buck was.
Yeah, Yellow Buck. We actually seen Yellow Buck. He was red brindle. He was red brindle. No, he wasn't no red dog. He had brindle stripes in him. You know, I actually had pictures with Yellow Buck. He had red brindle in him. You can't really see it in his pictures, but he had red brindle in him. But I ain't never had no Gaston dog throw no red brindle dog. I ain't seen a red brindle dog coming out of none of that Gaston stuff. I ain't seen none of that, any red brindle dogs, let alone any brindle dogs, period, come off of AAA. I mean, not AAA, but a red double. Now, I mean, come on, y'all. Let's talk about red double. Bet you Thug ain't red brindle. Cause they're not to me. He kept the truth up there when he kept up David Tant's Sundance. Cause it's a fact that he bought Sundance. It's definitely a fact that he bought Sundance, and Sundance was on the yard with AAA. And we had never heard of Red Double. If I had my old journals, it would be a shock to y'all because I'll show you an ad where he's throwing nothing but a whole bunch of AAA dogs. All his, David Tant's yard. He had a nice line of yard of dogs. And then all of a sudden, like in between, the months of the journal, the next one came out, all of a sudden, there's an introduction to Triple A's brother, Red Double. Now they got Triple A's brother up here, Red Double, Tant's Red Double, up for stud. And the whole time they breeding Sundance. Hell yeah, that was Sundance. It's clear. You looked at that picture. This ain't no normal yellow here, y'all. This ain't no normal red. Y'all see that red? That ain't no normal red. That's Gaston red. That's Gaston red. I'm trying to give me one. Let me see. Sundance had a brother heart attack. Hold on. I don't know how good y'all can see that, but that's Gaston red. Yep, that's Sundance's Little May brother. That's Sundance. Yeah, that's Sundance. Yeah, remember, Grand Champion Yellow wasn't even red. He wasn't nowhere close to chocolate red like this. Let me go see if I can grab Buckers. I wish I had a picture of Thug. I wish I had a picture of Thug. Mm-hmm. Y'all know damn well that's that buck red. That's that buck red. So we know that these breedings is fugazi. Red Devil was definitely Sundance. And the Sundance couldn't produce as a buck dog. And maybe he can help me as a yellow son because I need this money. He wasn't even taking no chances. He had good intentions until people started calling him, telling them they weren't having puppies off of AAA. Oh shit. Go back in the yard and take a look here. I did pick up this dog. This dog got breeding potential. He bred good. He's bred good. He might throw out that buck shit and give my boy some love. Mm-hmm. See that's Gaston stuff. Littermate the Sundance. Y'all ain't gonna tell me that ain't the same damn dog. The littermates. And they ain't got yellow in them. You got yellow John Doe. Yeah. Red nose. But that's Red Boy. We get those out of Red Boy dogs. You don't see yellow in there.
Big shout out to my man above the rim. Entertainment, what up, fam? He said, go to Pitbull Bible and look at Red Devil. Big shout out to my man talking to City Kennels in the house. What up, fam?
Pitbull Bible. Make sure I'm in the right place, Mike. A quick way to do it. I do it like this. I'm trying to get back to heart attack. Let's read that. Okay. Here. Mm-hmm. They got bucked and buck ears. You talking about bucked and buck ears right there? But you see, if you look at one of the last sons of Yellow. Hmm? Hey, it looked like a buck dog to me too. Yes, sir.
He said that dog looked more like Triple A. He said that dog was like Triple A.
But he did. I told him I'm gonna pull him up. Let's go check him out. Take a closer look now, y'all. Did they pass with little mate? No. No. Look at the head and the face. You know, remember we can get with the Brindle. We have an excuse for the Brindle. Okay, we got excuse for the Brindle. So if there was anything close, just give me some Brindle dogs out of Red Devil. Give me anything other than that chocolate red that this dog actually threw. Remember, Red Devil threw chocolate red dogs. And he wasn't throwing chocolate red dogs. He was throwing almost like 357 color. I mean, even more chocolate than that, like 357. 357 was damn like a chocolate dog. They don't look the same to me. They both got white muzzles. That's it. But look how long Red Devil's muzzle is. See the hang time? Look how long. Look at his. See that long muzzle? Now look at Triple A. That muzzle ain't no long muzzle like that. See how tight it is? Remember, this is Sundown, Little Mate brother. Yeah, you see that white on the chest. Come on now. You got a little white up there. But that would be gotta be a good question. That would be a good question because it's always gonna be a good question because again, if I'm throwing Brindle dogs, and that's like y'all saying, y'all could throw Brindle dogs, is what you're saying. Because this dog right here is off of Sassy and Yellow, 2 litter mates. And we do have JR, who is a Brindle dog. Okay, well, who's to say that that Triple A ain't off of Grainy? JR. You know what I'm saying? He might be one of them puppies he got out of JR and got him sitting over there on the yard. So, he's sitting over there with a whole bloodline of yellow dog trying to go up on the all-whim list, grabbing anything he can to put yellow under it. Because maybe Triple A wasn't even off of yellow. Maybe Triple A was off of Gainy's JR. There's no other explanation why this dog came out Brindle. But then you got Red Devil out there breeding up a storm, literally made the Triple A and wasn't throwing nothing Brindle. Nothing. Unless they bred him into something that was a Brindle line of dogs, I guarantee you he wasn't throwing nothing Brindle. And we know Triple A was bred to a lot of dogs. He got 5 more years out of breeding dogs after Triple A stopped producing dogs. Then it got to a point that, that he stopped producing, but he had already made his money's worth. When you're doing what David Tant was doing, it was all about the money. Not saying that he never really got out of the circle, because he always had somebody who could put their hands on his dogs and do what he wanted with his dogs. But in the same instance, he was still a money grabber. And he would sell you anything that was off the yellow. Yellow been dead 2 years. That's like them saying that, Big John had a little puppies in 2002. When our bred went to the yard, Big John was gone in 2000.
My man Making Fit said Tant Thug was a buckskin fawn dog with a black nose.
That's what he was.
Looked like a yellow bred dog to me.
Yeah, but that was off of Triple A too, though. He talking about Thug. Yeah, Thug had red double in it. That's right. Let me check Thug. Mm-hmm. Like baby in there. With a black mask.
Big shout out to G-Ville in the house. G-Ville said, you never had dogs before that litter mates don't look the same? Talk about us? We bred a lot of dogs now.
I can go in there and pull up the yard. They ain't got my picture here. Remember, I got a picture of my whole yard. But then most of the dogs, especially out of the Stone City breed. You know what I'm saying? Remember, we got red dogs too, them buckskin yellow dogs, But when it comes to looking alike, I ain't never had too many dogs that didn't look like each other in my litters. They all had the genetics. They could tell they was growing hard dogs. I mean, that's like me looking at a Yellow Buck and Miss Nico, wondering where all these damn Brindle puppies is. Yellow Buck was not a dark Brindle dog, and Miss Nico, she was a Jeep bitch. She was off of Nico, but she was still had Jeep, and her bottom was Jeep. And she wasn't bred Brindle. She wasn't even a red nose. She was. Here, pull up Miss Nico. That's Miss Nico. And that's Jedi and Sassy. Keep in mind now, Sassy threw a Brindle male. She did throw Triple A. Right? Yep, that's what they say. Jedi off a Buck and Sassy. But she had an offspring. This is her offspring. This bitch was Brindle. Dark Brindle. Just like this bitch. And I got a picture of Little Buck. I'm going to show y'all a picture of Little Buck. I got a picture of Sir Kale. Now, you take this dog right here and take this dog back to... Where he at? Trying to find Sir Kale. Where is he at? You see what I'm saying, right? Keep in mind now. Sassy there, yellow. You know what I'm saying? And this dog here threw Brindle puppies. Did it come from Sassy? See, that's red Brindle. That's Brindle in there. That ain't no picture. That dog he was red Brindle. Just like his mama. And you see that face?
Want to give a big shout out to the Sporting Dog Archives coming in with a 10-piece show love. Big shout out to Sporting Dog. He said, "What up, fellas? We also have to investigate the Lady Sassy Mead factor.
True.
Remember, Termite was a double-bred Lady Sassy Mead and came out of black and through majority Brindle dogs his whole entire life.
He sure did. He did. He didn't have all Brindle with us when we bred our red boy bitch to him, though. He sure didn't. And we definitely have puppies, Brindle puppies out of Grand Champion Ace. Bred to the same bitch that we bred to Termite. And we got a bunch of red dogs out of her. And Termite wasn't the only Brindle dog that we bred to Amber. Grand Champion Ace was a Brindle dog that we bred to Amber. And yes, she did have Brindle puppies. But guess what? She had more red dogs than she had Brindle dogs. Because Red Ace didn't have her litter mates. There was no dark Brindle in none of the litter mates. There was not one Brindle puppy coming off of Amber and Grand Champion Ace. Not one. Red Ace threw a dark brown Brindle puppy just like Grand Champion Ace when she was bred to Mayday. We had a Sir Kale looking puppy. I actually got a picture of her with her and Brad as puppies. She was Brindle. So it skipped a generation because Red Ace didn't have no brown Brindle puppies in her litter. Bred to Grand Champion Ace was not one Brindle, brown Brindle puppy in that litter.
When we bred the Termite, what was that Black Eye said? Termite never threw a what?
Yeah, Black Ice said the Termite never threw a red dog. That's a lie. Because Amber had more red dogs in that litter off of Termite than she had Brindle dogs. So that story that Termite never threw a red dog is not true. And we bred Amber to Grand Champion Ace and didn't have no Brindle dogs. And she was bred to Grand Champion Ace. Matter of fact, it was Red Ace that was bred to him. It was Red Ace that was bred to him. And she did. No, she didn't. No, Amber was bred to Red Ace, to Grand Champion Ace. He didn't have no dark Brindle puppies. It was Red Ace that had the Brindle puppies when we bred the Mayday. Yeah, when we bred the Mayday, we got Brindle puppy. I mean, when I say Brindle, I'm talking about dark brown Brindle like Red Ace, Grand Champion Ace. But Amber, she didn't have no no dark brindle puppies in her litter. Not bred to Ace, she didn't. Not one. And every damn one of them was red nose. Every one of them was red nose.
Remember the termite double bred lady sassy meat. We need to investigate.
Okay, yeah, Lady Sassy Me gonna take us over here. Lady Sassy Me gonna take us over to the Zebo stuff. This stuff right here. Alonzo stuff. You know, that's Zebo there. That's Homer there. I mean, yeah, Okie. Okie and Mike. Black dogs. Rosie. Black dog. Bred into some red boy shit. We know the lightning stuff. We know the lightning stuff. This stuff, some of this stuff was red. This Lady Sesame shit, yeah. Clear minded. No, one of them was. I know one of these dogs was a Brindle dog, and these red boy dogs, because Britches was Brindle. So we got Red Boy Jr. being bred to a black dog. Right? Being bred to a black dog. And she never. Let's go down through here and see if we can find a black dog in any one of these breedings. Mm-mm.
She was a double bred.
Who's that? No, she wasn't termite. They said to me it was Zebo. Zebo, Little May's sister. He was Alonzo bred dog. Okie and them. Okie, Mike. You know, she has Zebo in her.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. She's a black dog. The termite was a double bred lady sassy meat dog.
Mm-hmm.
He threw all black. He threw all Brindle dogs his whole life.
Not all of them, though. See, that's the thing. Not through all of them, because he didn't throw none on Amber. And like I said, Amber was bred to termite, and she was bred to Grand Champion Ace. Both Brindle dogs. And she still had more red dogs than she had Brindle dogs. And bred to Ace, she didn't have no Brindle dogs. Not dark Brindle dogs at all. I think she maybe had one or two Brindle dogs when she was bred to termite. And we all know that Amber was bred to termite. Grandmother to the brat. was bred to termite, and she did not have a whole bunch of brindle dogs. I think she had 2 brindle dogs, and the rest were red. So termite did throw red dogs. He threw them over here on our yard, that's for sure. And you know, and the funny thing about this stuff right here, you know, when you look at it, guess what else it never did? Dangerous Dan, this is termite now. Okay? Termite was double bred. Double bred with sesame. He was down there Black Brindle.
Squirrel Dog said, I can skip. That's what I'm saying. That may be where it's coming from. The Alonzo side.
Mm-hmm.
Those dogs were a 3-way cross. Rubber Jackal with a touch Alonzo.
That's right. And when you pull up, let me pull up Tommy Spider right quick. See that bitch there? This the shit the Sure Power was stuck on. Dark Brindle dog. Kate the Stubby Fields buddy. Grand Champion Art. She had the easy job, didn't she? Champion Willie. Red the Zebo. Here's Miss Willie right here. I'm trying to find a picture of him right quick, but there's no picture. There goes Zebo and Grand Champion Aces Pedigree. Now he looked just as dark as that dog looked just as dark as who was that black dog we just looking at? Termite. That dog just as dark as termite.
You put the Angus on top of that instead of that Jeep shit.
And still, even when we put Angus on top over Charlie, remember we still didn't get but one Brindle dog in the whole litter. Just one. And didn't get none directly off of him. Like I said, we bred him to Amber, and he didn't have one Brindle. He didn't have one Brindle puppy in that litter. Not a one. We didn't get not one Brindle puppy out of that litter. Not one dark puppy showed up in that litter. Not a one. And this is the same dog that we had bred the termite. Right there. So she was definitely a red dog because she didn't throw no Brindle. Her daughter threw a Brindle puppy like Ace.
We could have still got that same. Or if it was on the Zebo side, the Angus side, we still got that either way.
Yeah, we probably would have got that if even if Charlie wasn't. I can tell you this much: if Angus was off a produced Ace, and you got Zebo and Angus. Black dogs coming off the Eli now. Come on out. That red bitch right there on the bottom still didn't throw not a one black dog. Not one dark Brindle dog. And that breeding right there, she threw all red dogs. They were Brindle, but they was red. You know what I mean, fellas? And they had a little May sister. She was Brindle like Grand Champion Ace. Yeah, I got a picture of her. I'm gonna get those pictures in. I got pictures of Little Buck, and I got pictures of the little Brindle female that came out of the Mayday breeding. Cause Mayday threw a Brindle dog. Ratnam had a Brindle littermate sister.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Emmy James. He says, although Floyd has bred to dogs outside of his yard, from Eli 4, our expectation is dominant black with some Brindle and red showing up.
I would have to agree. Because like I said, it's got to be in the genetics. Because the termite was throwing dark dogs, you know, he threw dark dogs. He didn't throw dark dogs with us. So that means we had a dominant red bitch. But the Brindle did show up. It didn't show up when you thought it would when we bred off of Ace, because Ace we didn't get none off of Ace. We got ours off of Mayday. Our dark Brindle came off of Mayday. You know, and this right here is definitely not dark Brindle. This is brown Brindle right here. And that's what Sarah Kell and them was more or less like, more like a gray black Brindle. What you got? Put a number.
Well, in Gullery Kennels, I don't know what this is. I can't see it from over here.
Mm-hmm.
But just grab one. 621 367. I don't know if that was in. I don't know what that was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, what's up with this one? What's up with this one, Mike? Eli in there. Definitely. That's a nice little cross right there. Heavy hooting hard time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's not a bad breeding. I mean, you can see there's a formula in this breeding here. Right there, right there.
They just basically did on the bottom what they was doing on the top with a different line of dogs.
Mm-hmm. Well, see how the colors change? Mm-hmm. He was red upon. Yeah, how black that tail is, though.
Check out another one.
Puppy took out to his mama, that's for damn sure. She didn't get the strike on the nose, but she sure look like the same little bit, don't she? Did you ever breed? They ever breed this little jip right here? Yeah, I see where y'all trying to go with this. Yeah, I can see where you're trying to go with that. That's a nice little cross y'all got there. This little jip right here, still got to be a young dog, but I can guarantee you, it's not a bad looking little jip right here. My question is, again, if it was me looking at the pedigree, the breakdown, I can see the formula, which is definitely there. But guess what else I see? I see the getting away from the match dogs. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that the formula is still there because you're still putting match bred dogs on top of these dogs. I mean, this is a nice breeding right here to this jip, just based on the dogs that's back here in the back. You start clicking on those buttons right there, you're gonna see bigger and even bigger and better things, even that bigger than that. This is the Mexican dogs right here. You're gonna find them breeding a lot of their stuff like that, especially Black Rock. Take out another number, Mike. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's a smart breeding. I like the little jip though. The little offspring off of her, that'd be real nice. My thing is, how you gonna, the out is the thing. It's not even the out. It's just how you take it. How you take this puppy right here. I like the way they bred her. If I was to pick, I would definitely take that puppy, that little guy right here. I would take her. I would take her. Yeah, I would take her. I'll put me some of that American, put some more American back in that black shit. I'll be putting me some garner shit on there and see if that shit'll work. Give me the garner blood to go with it. I'm going garner blood. I'm going Fat Bill. Some of that old shit he had. I'm using that kind of shit. I'm putting that on top of this stuff right here. I bet you we can get some bulldogs. One thing for sure, they're gonna be built nice. I mean, throw some Chinaman on top of that, or some Frisco. I keep it close as tight as line breeding as possible. I wouldn't keep staying inside the Mexican line. I mean, it's already imported back into our country because you got something that was outside the country back in. Guess we back, y'all. Mic check one. Yes, we're back. Coming live. Okay, there we go. We should be back.
This one here is from my man, Mr. Hemi James.
Okay, this is what Mr. Hemi James right here. He's showing you another Brindle dog. There you go, Mr. Hemi. Another point through. Now we know it didn't come from Buck, right? So we would have to assume that old Sassy was throwing them. Maybe it jumped 2 generations. About that time. That was a good one, Jimmy, Mr. Hemi. You ready?
912 600. This is by way of my man, G-Ville.
Oh, that shit right there, good shit. So you got my peoples down there, roll hard up in there in Pennsylvania area. Yeah, that's my dude right there. Yeah, a brother that played for Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, man, him go way back. Good friends, roll hard. Had the last son of G. Living son. Yeah, I like to tell this Black Mama stuff, y'all. But it got to be read, this stuff right here, it got to be bred to the right stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sitting there looking at the pedigree. You know, nothing to say at this point. No, I was looking to see why this female was registered married. And where did she get her play from? See what I'm looking at? I'm looking at on time this black baby, the black old baby Tabby. Everything and anything worth being bred to. Not this one here. Yeah, old page art. This. Not an inkling where the all of them come from, guys. So I'm gonna leave that one alone. I think that's okay. You might know something I don't. You may know something I don't. I mean, to me, the thing I like in it, I like the Bailey stuff. Bred to the right dog, it will throw some shit. I mean, some real nice bulldogs. But it's still that combination of Red Boy Jeep cross. Mainly, that's what it is. Stuffy 2000, he ain't even a champion. Oh, he's a registered man. Okay, that might slide. Anything else, money? I'm in Gameville. Says, look at the V dog. Quit twice in rows. They take him home, and now he's an ROM. We just had that paddock. We just had that pad up. That was 621-367. We had that one up already. Okay, you can go to the latest. Go back and finish this out. See which one is right. You know, one thing about them pads, you know, they definitely tell a good secret. And I think if you even look at the pedigree, the last ones that came up, the Black Mama stuff. I mean, if guys pay attention, how you gonna take a dog that's bred good and then keep breeding the dog where till the dog don't look like he's breed producing anything? You know, if you want to go out and try to make you a line of dogs where you can just say that I did this and nobody else did this or that, your percentages, it might look good on paper by doing that, but your percentage of good dogs is like blown away in the wind. So you guys got to be careful about breeding dogs, particularly because of their pedigree. You know, because this dog we just had up, nice bred dog. But as I keep seeing, we going every generation up. We getting everything that's back here that's looking good is getting pushed off the picture. So you just literally pull the thing up and look at the pedigree 2 or 3 years from now when 2 generations then pick this 4th generation all the way back to the 6th, and you go soul searching. It'll take you a minute to get there. What makes the dog so good is, it's got the Red Boy Jeep up close. And I like the way they kind of mixed it up too. So I'm going to play that one. I'm froze right here though.
It just froze over there.
Yeah, and all I did was got ready to click this. Yeah, I'm back. I was trying to click over to my face. I'm trying to do it without it freezing on me. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let me know when you see me. Okay, I'm back. All right, guys. All I can say was I like those pedigrees I was bringing through. Yeah, I like the pedigrees I was bringing through. I definitely like the Brindle male on the Buck and Sassy breeding too. I bet you didn't too many people see that one coming. But we gotta, it just solidifies it. I think we know where the Brindle was coming from. I think, like you said, Lady Sassy Me, you know what I mean? Mm-mm. I'm still here, but get me before I die out, though. Because she's trying to freeze. Okay, why they laughing? I don't see his faces. Mm-hmm.
My man Trevor Leahy, welcome to the Shark Tank, Trevor. He said Tant's Red Devil looks just like a red version of Tant's AAA. I don't buy this.
You talking about the look? I'm talking about the color. Second thing I'm talking about is you put age on that dog and you go and look at Sundance, Little May Brother, Heartbreak, and look at the Gaston dogs. You tell me what they look like, but you can't put me with the color and genetics. It's not the look. I'm looking at genetics showing up. Okay, we're gonna give Tant's Red Devil. Where we gonna get this red? Where we gonna get the red from then? That's my question. Okay, we're gonna give him. If he looks like him, one's brindle and one's red, show me where we got the red from. Need to see that. Remember we got game JR. He brindle, yellow brother. But tell me, where did the red come from? I don't buy that. It's not the fact of what they look like. We talking about really it's in the genetics. We got 2 old dogs standing there with each other. I can say the same thing about, Triple A and Sundance's Little May Brother, Heartbreak. They look just alike. We know for a fact that Sundance was on David's yard. We know for a fact Red Devil wasn't on the yard at the exact same time as Triple A. The whole time he breeding Triple A. So he had all these years breeding Triple A. Then all of a sudden Red Devil pop up. See, when you got to look at the things and what was going on. Where did Red Devil come from? See, you ain't back around my time. You missed all that part. You must have came late. See, there's more to the puzzle than just what they look like. AAA wasn't even, AAA was already producing dogs and breeding dogs. Look how many pages he got. And then, like I said, AAA started missing. And then all of a sudden, within one journal, they get, here's a little mate brother to AAA. His name is Red Devil. Now explain to me, where did the red come from when the red is a Gaston color? The red is a buck color. Damn the look-alike, because you go and find in that pedigree anywhere that red would have came from. And then why, if he was on Davis Yard all this time with AAA, why all of a sudden he just pop up when AAA stopped missing? He needed somebody else off the yellow to breed to. Everybody already got an idea that AAA wasn't throwing no more. But all of a sudden now he got a little mate brother. Shortly after he got 10th Sundance, look over that 10th Sundance pedigree. You ain't gonna see no dogs being like that, like, you know, he's using them. But you go over and look at Red Devil's pedigree. Where did I say the Red Devil come from? I said it came from the Gaston yard. Look at the Gaston dogs and you tell me about the genetics and then explain to me how that Gaston red ended up over in that yellow shit. Show me another dog bred like that, looking like that red Gaston dog. We can account for the Brindle. We just ain't accounting for the red. So, you know, and then again, if he's been on the yard all this time, he could have been breeding them dogs together. Why wouldn't them dogs just literally bred on the yard together? You got Red Devil and you got AAA. Why they had to be old dogs before Red Devil ever popped up? And another thing, that picture you see of actually Sundance, which is supposed to be Red Devil. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the picture where he was breeding. Yeah. Okay, you best believe that picture there with him breeding to that black and white dog, right? Look at that dog. That's supposed to have been Red Devil, but him and AAA was the same age. But keep in mind, Red Devil hadn't even been bred until AAA started missing. So nobody even know nothing about Red Devil. You know what I'm saying? And how old was AAA? Was he looking that old? That's an old picture. And what? What happened to Sundance? Sundance just so happened to pop up being a legitimate brother, and you see him sitting here breeding to a bitch. You don't see those old dogs sitting up there breeding to that bitch. You don't see no old dogs sitting there breeding to that bitch. You don't. Now, we do see an old picture of Red Devil, but how long was that after AAA party had been dead? If they were litter mates, they'd both be standing there looking old. I can understand that. But there's two problems here. Red Devil didn't start popping up being bred until AAA stopped breeding. Red Devil hadn't been a dog that was advertised on David Tant's yard ever until AAA started missing. And why is it the Sundance was on the yard during the same time that AAA popped up? You know, those questions, you're looking at what they look like. I'm looking at the genetics and tell you there's a problem with what they look like, because you can't go and find me another Gaston looking dog that's going to be running around supposed to be off the yellow. He said, Trevor said, Trevor said, Terrence Red Devil got stole. He was selling dogs off a fake Red Devil, getting them bands up. Yeah, it could be two Red Devils. It could be two Red Devils because shit, he already bought one in. Remember, Red Devil wasn't being used until AAA started missing, and then all of a sudden now he got he done popped up with another son off of yellow.
Maybe the little mate actually did get stolen.
Well, maybe they did have him. I mean, if you're trying to tell me the dog is being bred to the black and white dog, it's got red double on that one, and the dog that just we're sitting there looking at the picture we had up earlier,
Real red double.
that might be another red double, but y'all got to convince me by showing me a red dog bred off of yellow, especially with yellow being bred back to Sassy, knowing she's throwing Brindle dogs. Show me a red Gaston looking dog coming off of yellow. That's what I'm saying. Where did that red chocolate shit come from? Not really chocolate, but where did the red come from? Red didn't throw, yellow didn't throw those type of dogs. Unless you putting some red on top of that, yellow ain't doing that. Not being bred to Sassy. See, there's a problem with that in itself. You know, we seen somebody with Sassy and yellow with a Brindle dog. Now, show me a red dog looking like a Gaston dog coming off of yellow, and I'll accept it. Because yellow just did not throw them type of red dogs. There's Awesome Baby right there. Awesome Baby. She was off of yellow. She was a red Brindle dog. But look at her bottom. Anything that got the roll hole Jocko stuff in it, you're going to see that color. Because she got her red Brindle from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Awesome Baby. I'm going to do that. It's going to be my last one here, y'all. Hold on. Now that's Awesome Baby in 91. Okay, that's a red Brindle dog. You got John Henry. See, you see all that red boy there? But then you see Lady Sesame here, and you're going to see it here. So we know the possibilities of the Brindle stuff going to show up. Remember that? We can expect the Brindle to show up. And we can definitely expect the red boy to show up because she's a heavy red boy. So this is a red Brindle dog. This is not a Gaston red dog. That she's not. But she is definitely a red Brindle dog. Dark kind of red Brindle. If you've seen Awesome Baby. But that's not a Gaston color. Gaston didn't have red Brindles. She looked more like Red Devil than to me than I mean not Red Devil. She looked more like Triple A to me than Red Devil. You know what I mean? Remember, we didn't came to the conclusion we understand where the Brindle stuff come from. We just can't. I mean, my thing is, you know, we ain't figured out this color right here. And we can't really see it, the color, but if you notice this color here, you be down there thinking that he got a little Brindle in him. That might be the real red double. I mean, he looked like he's just as old, but remember what I told y'all. This dog right here is litter mate. You see that dog right there? That's a litter mate to the Sundance. Now I'm trying to pull up Red Devil, and that's Red Devil right there. Look closely at that picture. You can damn near say, is those the same dogs? Because the color sure as hell ain't the same. That looked like a Gaston dog, just like this one right here. The color. And like I said, if Sundance hadn't, if we didn't know that David Tant had Sundance on the yard, and shortly after that, Sundance, you know, Red Devil popped up and Sundance disappeared. This is a Gaston dog. Got buck in him. And I said the same thing about the Toro stuff. And we was looking at that earlier. Daisy May, Red Boy. See that red? See that red? Miss Leaky. You know, you're not going. You're just not going to pull triple Red Devil in the old picture looking anything like this new picture. He's the last son of Yellow. You have to understand when Yellow died. Okay, that was a while ago, in the '80s, in the early '90s, and then you got to look at, you know, Red Devil compared to AAA. You know, remember it said one of the last sons of Yellow, no longer producing. We know that was by 2004. And we also know that AAA stopped producing in the early parts of 2000, late part of in the 90s. And like I said, Red Devil didn't pop up until, and believe me, that dog, if you see breeding, doesn't look nothing like he old as AAA. In this picture, if this is supposed to be Red Devil, he looked like he just as old as AAA. But in that picture that he's breeding to that dog is nowhere close. And you got to remember, AAA was an old dog that would stop producing when Red Devil popped up. That's my point. That's my argument. Maybe this is not the same Red Devil that's in the picture looking like the Gaston dog, Sundance. We can't get the full picture, but one thing for damn sure, if it is the same dog, look at that dog in that picture and look how old he is compared to the other picture. It said the real Red Devil. See what I'm saying? Somebody letting it be known, the real Red Devil. Okay? I know damn well that ain't the same dog in this picture here. If that's what y'all was trying to tell me. Yeah. Somebody throw another light on that. Somebody throw another light on that. That was a good one. Save me. Save me. Somebody know what's going on. Who was that said that?
Trevor Leahy.
You right, Trevor. I'm with you, man. It ain't fitting. They said that was the real Red Devil. That Red Devil there ain't got no white around his muzzle too much. And like I said, if it don't be for David Tant getting the Gaston dog off the yard, and then all of a sudden now we have a new Red Devil out there, like it was. And you don't know when Yellow died. You know what I'm saying? You know, how many years after that did we find out when he actually died? And how many years of that after he was actually dead was he still selling puppies and having dogs supposed to be coming off the Yellow? Tant, he really wanted to get up there with Yellow and beat Jeep. You know, you gotta remember David Tant was a money man. And he was no different than Maurice Carver, as a lot of people understand and know that about him. So there's no telling with these guys. You know, all we can do is live by the dogs that came down off of them and ride with those dogs and take it for whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And just make it work. I mean, if you got one and he became a great dog, you know, who cares less about if he ain't bred the way he's supposed to be bred? If you believe he's supposed to be bred in a particular way and he's your dog, then I would breed him in the way that you believe. Yeah, but since we on that right there, we talk about Kunta being Little Mayday. You know, Kunta probably would have produced a lot more better dogs if they had bred him as Little Mayday, because Little Mayday's offspring was producers. From his daughter to her daughter and her son. They produced bulldogs. But they were bred into Stone City dogs, Buck dogs, Mayday dogs. You know what I'm saying? And your dad took their time out to do the same thing with Kunta instead of trying to breed him as Newman's Buck's son. He probably would have got a lot better dogs. But the Little Mayday only had one litter, and he produced a line of dogs with just one litter and two puppies. 1 litter and 2 puppies. And Kunta couldn't do that. Then you need to go back and see what little Mayday was bred to do that. And then go back over there and look at Kunta and say, well, no, I see what you're saying. And when he was bred into a Mayday dog, he produced something. It wasn't really, not even too many going hard dogs seem to work with Boyle shit. But I know Gameville got one, but Gameville got a cross with Kunta. When you taking Kunta and putting him back inside with some Mayday dogs, then now you got him in his line. That's what SJ and them came down off of, because they got Mayday in their stuff. And when they putting Kunta in there, they're not adding Boyles, they're adding Mayday. Something that's going to work anyway, because they're going to have Brat and Lil Mayday in the pedigree. Not only just down there on the bottom end, when you have Brat coming off of Little Mayday's son Menace, but you're going to have Little Mayday on the top when you take the Kunta out and put Little Mayday. And that's why that shit is producing and was able to hold on to the line that Gameville and them had going by way of that. You know what I'm saying? Brat, not an ROM, but Little Maddie's daughter is. She's a producer. 1 or 2 puppies. Who's to say? I know Brat bred back into her son, produced. You know what I mean? We didn't get a chance to breed it to nobody else but Mayday and her son. And then both times she produced. So we look at little Mayday and put the Kunta thing on him and put him back over here. Only time I ever seen it really work. The only time I really ever seen it work is when they put the Mayday back on top of it. Not as a Bulls dog, but as a Mayday dog, and then you got something. Why? Because he was a Mayday dog from the giddy up. Yeah, actually a son of Mayday. Because that's who Little Mayday was. Little Mayday was Brat's Little May brother. And remember, I didn't lose the dog as a puppy, y'all. I said the dog was 20 months old. 20 months old. And Brat was not on. I didn't have Brat longer than I had Little Mayday. Little Brat was brought up in West Virginia along with her Brindle sister. Remember I told you the little Brindle pup came down off of Mayday, and Red Ace was the same color as Grand Champion Ace, yet Amber bred the Grand Champion Ace didn't have no Brindle pups. None. But Brat had a Little May's sister that was Brindle. And that was Brat, Little May's sister. Little May's sister, as a matter of fact. Little May's sister, and Brat. Little May's sister was a dark brown Brindle dog. So, it jumped a generation. That's all. It just jumped a generation, and there it is. But that could stand for Amber. Remember, she was bred to Termite, and she didn't have but 1 or 2 black. When everybody was talking about Termite just do black dogs, no, he didn't. That's not true. Because we got a red bitch, yellow down bitch that was bred to both 2 Brindle dogs, Grand Champion Ace and Termite. And both. 1 litter, she didn't produce not 1. The other litter, she produced 2. That's her being going to Termite. Ace didn't have none. A whole litter of red Brindle pups.
Big shout out to Deep South Country coming in with a 15.15 cent piece showing love. Appreciate the love, Deep South. I'll see you, fam.
Yes, sir. Okay.
My man, Mr. Burner Star said, once Freddie Mac took RD, it was a wrap. He's talking about RD as Red Devil. It was a wrap. Freddie bred him until he passed on his own. AAA and RD through Shy Dogs. That was a trait. Some mild, some extreme, that would bite you.
Brother Star telling the story. Listen to the man. Brother Star telling you that he's telling you the same thing. Telling you that's a poo-poo. So that must be the first one. Is that the first Brother Star? Because he sure came in late. That was always been my question. Where was he the whole time that they was being advertised and they was selling all those AAA puppies? There was not a red double dog sitting around there nowhere. Not even the possibility that he had a legitimate brother that he could breed to when it did show up. And then, even then, that he had them both out there for stud. Yes, he did.
My man, Sporting Dog Archive, he said, Tense, Travis, Tense, Bruiser, Hardcore Dogs, Gaston, Arkansas, Louisiana Combine. These lines are the ones that I think got real yellow. Some strains of Mayday also.
Yeah. Well, I know Amber. Don't forget, Amber got yellow. Let me pull my Amber back up. She probably got more yellow than all of them because she's got the full. She's a yellow John dog. Growing Hard Amber is a yellow John dog. She is not a yellow dog, even though she has yellow in her. You just look at her pedigree, you be like, okay, I see what he's saying. That's Amber. That's the female that was bred the Grand Champion Ace to produce Brat's mom, and this is the same female we bred the Termite. You see yellow in there? Yeah, you see him in there, but what else you see? You see Yellow John. She's not a yellow dog. She is a yellow John dog. She's not yellow. That's a yellow John dog. Yeah, a whole lot. We called her Red Boy when we first damned into her. She was a Red Boy dog. That's what her pedigree had, nothing but a bunch of Red Boy dogs on with that little bit of Jocko down at the bottom. But there is yellow in her pedigree, as you can see. You see the little Lady Sassy Mead in there. You got the double bred Jocko down at the very bottom. Other than that, everything else, you got the Jocko up there with Miss Jocko with created yellow. Everything else is Yellow John.
My man Travis Lay, he said, that's a Red Boy dog.
That's right. That's what I called her. That's what we called her. Yes, you're right. That's what we called her too. Exactly what we called her. When we started messing with her, we called her Yellow John. But before Yellow John really got a name, when them Yellow John dogs start coming out, they the first dogs that I started recognizing when I started seeing them Red Boy dogs was Yellow John dogs. And back then we was calling them a Red Boy dog because Yellow John's name hadn't picked up to be the registered merit and the champion that he turned out to be. So when them Red Boy dogs, Yellow John dogs start hitting the scene, they was taking out Boyle's dogs. You know, and there was couple Boyles dogs up north. But them dogs started losing to these new dogs, the red boy dogs. They were red boy dogs, but they was actually yellow John dogs. But when they hit the scene, they was shutting down a lot of them rough ass bulldogs. You know, a couple Eli dogs fell down through the cracks, and a couple of those Boyles dogs was starting to hit the scene that, you know, was coming through there, you know, always them real rough dogs. They started losing. Red Boy dog became famous from beating them killers, stopping them killers. It was hard to stop a Red Boy dog. You know what I'm saying, y'all? But yeah, she was a Red Boy. Amber was a Red Boy dog. And she threw nothing but red dogs. Facts. Even bred the termites, she threw red dogs. I just had to dive back in there and show y'all that one before I crash out. You know, get y'all to understand. You know, I know what yellow and I know what red boy and I know what yellow John dogs look like. I've been messing with them for a very long time. That's a good conversation. Y'all gave me a lot of room tonight because y'all made some good moves, good conversation, good. I like it when y'all do that. You know, good inputs, good inputs. I enjoy kicking it with y'all. I guess Mike going down through the list to read everything, make sure you got everybody.
I like my comment. My man Brother Star says Sundance was not a good bred dog. Wasn't a good bred dog. People would still bought the dogs. David Tan didn't have to do that to sell the dog. That was totally unnecessary.
Which is true, but you know, there's a story behind the Sundance thing, though. He bugged. He was at that dog for over 2 years. Yeah, he was trying to buy Sundance for over 2 years. And when it comes to him being not a great bred dog, me personally, I thought he was a damn good bred dog. You know, as far as the buck stuff. This is a legitimate brother. By the way, we gotta say that's you know, the Undertaker's champion heartbreak. And he was a pretty nice bulldog. How can you say that dog wasn't bred good? And that's Sundance's legitimate brother. Just want to pull that back up for you to take another look. Definitely a whole bunch of all-around power in there. The one thing you don't see in there, you don't see yellow. You're gonna see yellow John, but you're not gonna see yellow.
My man Sporting Dog Archive said Amber is a Wrangler dog. Like the Arkansas, Louisiana compound dogs. They both got them in there.
Yes, because they both came from Bluegrass Kennels. Remember, so did BJ and Charlie and them daddy, Jesse. Jesse is the litter mate to Louisiana Combine's Cool Buck, champion Cool Buck. Am I right? Then you got Wrangler. They bred Kentucky Shine to Wrangler. Remember, Greg Lester had both. That's where we got Amber from. Amber came from Bluegrass Kennels. You know, that's why we was able to go over there and grab Jesse, because we already knew about Bluegrass Kennels. And Jesse was the same dog that came back and produced Champion BJ, Champion Charlie. Remember, Champion Charlie was the dog that was going to go into Tyrone. The same line of dogs. Same line of dogs over there the Louisiana, Arkansas Combine was working with. We were both dealing with Bluegrass Kennels, and down the long run, we even got a chance to meet the guys. Thanks to Gameville and them. You know, but we kind of knew about them anyway because, you know, we was pretty cool with Greg Lester from Bluegrass. But you're right. You're right, son. You're right there, buddy. My man, Burning Star, he did say, hey, Red Devil was the first breeding. AAA was off the second breeding. Bred the same year. No cap. So look how old they was. Then Red Devil was younger than, was older than AAA. See, that's what makes you think, you know, there's two Red Devils. You know what I mean? Because Stone City did the same thing. You know, Yellow Butt, Miss Nico, that breeding happened twice. Sarah Kell was the second breeding. Little Buck was the first breeding. Yeah, Sarah Kell and Little Buck are not litter mates. Little Buck was there first. Sarah Kell came out of the second breeding of Miss Nico and Yellow Buck. Okay, Mike is checking the board. Yeah, y'all, I gotta get up and go to the hospital tomorrow. I was supposed to go this evening. I didn't go this evening because I wanted to do the show. Yeah, they want me coming to the hospital. They're concerned. You know how that get. You know, they tried to give me football weekend. You know, I got away from that one. They ain't called the dogs off me yet. They still want me to go into the emergency room. They're trying to get me to go in and know once you get in there, you know they're going to admit me and not let me out. Then I'm going to be running down the hall with blood leaking out my arm because I done pulled the IV thing out and took off running out the hall because they try to lock you in there. You know, I don't know what it is about locking the damn patients up in the damn hospital these days.
Make that clear. That's the VA.
Yeah, that's the VA. VA be locking you up. Like you be in a jail. When you up in there, you ain't just gonna get up and walk out. You know, they probably had too many people be like, damn this place, I'm getting the hell out of here and get up and walk out. You know how these old veterans is. I'm one of them. One time I ran up out of there, had blood leaking out of me. I pulled the IV thing out and I don't know, it must have left the needle in there or something, but they followed us all the way down to the damn, which way I was running through the hospital by the blood I was dripping. Yeah, I had to run up out there. I escaped the hospital. You know, I don't know, for some odd reason, I don't understand why they didn't like that. You know, they was pretty pissed about that. What the hell? I'm supposed to be able to leave if I want to leave, you know? But maybe they was worried about all that blood that was leaking. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just trying to get up out of there. You know, how you gonna lock up me and then I get a chance to get out the other side of the locked door? I'm gone. Shit. No locked doors, no locked doors, no locked doors.
All right, fellas, I need y'all to help me out as we close this thing out tonight.
Come on in there, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got your little chair there.
All right. Hey, fellas. Now, we be, you know, when Mo go through this, he goes back, and there's a lot that we can relate to because remember, fellas, we lived back in that time. Sometimes it might be harder for y'all to say and do the things, but if you look at our pedigrees, we, you know, most of that shit is on our first and second generations. So it's kind of like, if you look at our yard and how we bred, I can guarantee you that you can almost tell what a going hard dog was supposed to look like based on our breeding program. I'm talking about years of it. I mean, you could almost go out there when there was 80 dogs out there and you can look out there and they pretty much anybody who's been on that yard would tell you they all look the damn same. Even when we broke it down to 40, they would still say the same thing. All these dogs look the same. But they wasn't all bred the same. You know, they was bred certain ways and we kind of understood what we was looking to get. And that's not a made up story. It's just like these dogs, these things that were happening in are the same things that we was questioning when we was seeing the shit literally happen. All the way out to the Walkman. How in the hell is Big John being bred? He was gone in 2000. How in the hell was he being bred in 2002 or 2004? See, that kind of shit was happening, but when you living in that time period, and don't nobody have to tell you because you was there. You remember we bred the Little John because Big John was gone. Don't have to make that up. That's the truth. Didn't have to worry about him taking that, going back in the backyard, bringing the semen up front and sticking it. No, you bring the damn dog up front, and we're going to do this while we standing here. That's how we know that was Little John. We know Big John was gone. He might have got away with the damn Big John situation if it had been, let me go back here and get the semen. He might have been able to pull that off. But no. When he realized that we're not doing that. We came here to breed to Big John. He could have told us that before we even left. He could have told us that, knowing that we was coming to breed the Big John. He could have told us right then before we got all the way down there to tell us Big John was somebody stole him. He could have said that prior to us even going, but he had us there under the interpretation that that's who we was going to breed to, and probably would have pulled it off if he had just said, let me go back and get the semen and bring it back. But when we wasn't on that, he told us the truth and went and got Lil John. Now, come on now. That's not us having to make up a story. That's what really happened. So imagine how many other people who was satisfied with him going back there in the back and bringing the semen up and then doing it that way. Because if people knew the story, that's pretty much how they was doing it. But it just wasn't going to happen. And then when we told old boy to do the same thing, don't let him bring the semen up front. No, you make him bring the dog up front. He had to call you. Twin. Twin. Tell me, man, is this who they say it is? What dog was that, man?
Grand Champion Rattler.
Yeah, Grand Champion Rattler. Twin. Man, is this the dog? And Mo said, yeah, that's the dog. Man, this dog for a 6-time, 7-time winner, man, he ain't got no scratches, nothing on
What
him.
I said about Big Little John, right?
You said,
man,
man,
for this dog to be a 4-time winner, man, he ain't got no scars on him.
he had no scars. And ain't nobody just trying to tell us, man. This is something we seeing for ourselves. We standing right there. We looking.
Shit.
You seeing this shit.
I'm already mad because Big John ain't there. Then they bring this damn dog out there having a fuss with him about bringing the dog up to the goddamn front to see this damn dog. And think I don't know what a bulldog look like to been in war? I've been questioning that walking mall stuff ever since. Y'all can get mad at me about it. I'm going to just keep it real with you. That's two people. My experience and then my boy's experience to go up there and say that they ain't stopped yet because Grand Champion, I said Grand Champion Rattler was a 6-time winner and my man took a picture of him. He actually sent me a picture of him. He said, is this the dog right here? I said, yeah, that's Rattler. That man walked off the man's yard.
That's just one of them funny moments, man, because the brother said, tell me this.
Tried to tell
him before he left, though.
You want to go breathe and walk them all. Okay, man, I don't know why. I tell you, you're going to try to go in the backyard, grab that shit. Don't let him do it. Make him show you the dog. Bring the dog to the front. Whatever you do, make him bring the dog to the front. He brought the dog to the front. And the man was hurt. Like, oh, no. This is a 6-time winner?
Let me make sure it's the dog, though.
Let me make sure it's the dog. Let me call to him.
Call Sweet.
You ain't gonna tell me I picture that damn dog. Yeah, that's him. I told you. I told you them dogs ain't gonna have scars. You can get back into the backyard. Probably all them champions in the yard is champions. And none of them got scars on them.
That just ain't no made up story, man. This shit really happens, man. So, other people might talk about what people heard and say, but when you part of the principle.
Yeah, because I was all down there with the South Carolina dude.
Yeah, but remember, old boy, before he went with the Rattler thing, you had told him everything before we even left.
Yeah.
Before he even left. Try to steer him away from even having to deal with it. Yeah. Don't do it. And you know how people hear things and you don't want to just, but then you get down there and he tried the backyard thing. That's what threw everything off because he tried the backyard move. Mo had already told him, do not let him go to the backyard and bring some semen up front. So the dude pressed him. I think that might have threw the red flag. But when he brought the dog up front and he seen the dog, didn't see no scars, he took a picture and he called Mo and said, hey man, is this the dog? That's how Mo, yeah, that's the dog. Twin, the dog ain't got a scratch on him.
Told you.
He said, I told you, but he knew Mo had told him he wasn't going to have a scratch on him. But the funny part of it was, the bruh just left the yard. He just walked off. Mad as hell. But it's this one, remember, that's that thing where you be like, bruh, I told you. But you had to go see for yourself, and now you're mad.
Mm-hmm.
You're mad. But these are things, man, look, man, when you experience that kind of stuff, and somebody trying to tell you something for your own good, it's just like,
at least he saved his money.
Yeah, he didn't, well, at least he listened because remember, he could have just let him go into the backyard and get the damn, do what he usually do. But at least he listened to that. But the fact, I guess, when they brought it up, he kind of like Twin said, don't let him do that.
He said they're
going to do that shit.
I
ain't going to do that. No, I need to bring the dog up front. So, dude, he did listen. But to see it all play out, that kind of made him mad. He wanted a fight, but he just held his composure. He said he didn't say another word.
Yeah, he said just turn around.
He just turned around and walked off and left the man's yard. Didn't say another word. He just, no, I can't do this.
He was caught up in the champion CJ, champion this, champion that.
Yeah.
So I know, man, he got to be doing something. I know he doing something. Okay, well, go ahead.
Go ahead then.
I already told y'all about Big John and his championship, beating his brother. His damn brother-in-law had the brother. They down there did it in the living room of the house because the dog started, Big John brother started hollering, and Big John won his championship in 9 minutes on his brother. And his brother-in-law didn't even fight, dog. So why was you putting the dog on there, and why would you turn around and record that as a win? See, when I say things like that, that shit might be all over Facebook with somebody trolling me because I made this comment.
But it's the truth.
But
then,
it's the truth.
Look, man, understand, even knowing what we knew, they still went down there.
Mm-hmm.
We still went down there because I really
We was
believe
in South Carolina a lot, man. We did dogs.
we
in
did
South
it. Yeah,
Carolina. We did Carolina and South. But I tell you,
we still went down there to breed to the dog. But
I was impressed with him. Why you think I wanted to breed the Big John? All these champions shit going on in y'all. I'm just as naive as y'all too now. I was just as naive as y'all. Why you think I'm over there trying to breed to the dog? For real. So it ain't like I'm hating on him. I done sat there and showed y'all I bred the Little John. It was supposed to have been breeding the Big John and showed you the year it was done. And that tells you the year the Big John was missing. So somebody to have a damn dog off of Big John in 2002 is a bunch of crap. You know? But see, if I don't say nothing, wouldn't nobody ever knew. There's a lot of things if I didn't say, y'all wouldn't know. But that just show you how involved I was with all these people.
That's true.
You know, I wouldn't know none of this shit. I be saying all this shit by word of mouth, and I'm not. I'm telling you what I know. Because I've been around everybody that I speak on. I've been around them. And dealt with them. You know? So,
This is this, I don't think we had to hang no dogs. I remember, can't forget the Jesse story with the broke neck dog.
Right. Remember I told you what Jesse and them did with Jesse James. You know, run around here, everybody having puppies around the country but me. And I'm standing right there breeding to the damn dog. Twice. I'm breeding to him. Standing there. Yeah, everybody in the country getting Jesse James puppies.
They ain't standing there though.
Yeah, they ain't standing there. Ain't nobody dropping off nothing and standing there watching they shit get bred. He's selling puppies and breeding bitches. They shipping them in. But I'm standing there breeding to the dog twice and didn't get nothing. Nothing.
Off a female we knew could produce.
Sassy girl.
Sassy girl. This is what I'm saying. We knew this bitch can produce. And then he gonna get mad, try to say it's the bitch. Oh, hell no. We know it ain't the bitch.
No, this ain't no
Shit
bitch.
got hot. Then he had to tell the truth.
And he did tell the truth.
He tell the truth.
He did tell the truth. Dog had a broken penis.
Now, we can tell you that because that's why we fell out. Because he act like he didn't want to get back that money. You know? And that's what led to the problem. So these things ain't made up. This shit happened for real. And think about all them Jesse James dogs that y'all see out there that ain't really Jesse James dogs. That ain't no made up story. That's the truth. Now, doesn't matter who listened to it. Well, no, we really know the truth behind the matter because it led to some very serious situations, and it was just all really boiled down to, how you gonna take care of it. Because when I'm your boy, Mo, your boy. I mean, come on. All the things y'all done did together, all these years we've been hanging, and you gonna pull that stunt and then act like that? Oh, you got me twisted. You could have just the same told the truth, and we'd have figured another way to handle that situation than to sit up there and think you was gonna get away with it, and then try to bullshit, and then think you can get away with it, and you doing this for all these people. You know, that's how that shit happens, man. But for some, it's just a story. But imagine if y'all was in our shoes, and that was happening to you. And they trying to play you like that. How you gonna be? How you gonna act? Based off of what you know. That's the thing that I be talking about. That's the shit that you got to be careful of. Those are the horror stories. And it's always been a part of this game. This ain't nothing new. We just talk about it because we try to keep even the young guys, you know, the people that's moving forward. Y'all need, this is part of this game, man. You got to do your research and you got to be down the word of mouth. That's why everything, pretty much everything that we did, it was eyes on. We're going to be right there. Don't worry, we come to you. We on the way. You know, that cut down on a lot of the bullshit. But I just laugh because I think Jesse had about three litters of Jesse James when I went to get that money. You know what I mean?
He was doing the same thing everybody else
was doing. The same thing everybody else was doing. But, you know, I kind of asked all God, I swear to God, it was 3 litters, man. You know, 3 different litters. And all of them supposed to have been Jesse James dogs. And this dog ain't producing nothing. But it was a dog on the yard. I just didn't know what dog. You knew what dog he was actually doing the breeding with, though. Because when you first bought that up, you was there. You seen the litters. There were at least 2 litters there.
Which one?
When we was at Jesse's house and he had them litter of dogs there, when you questioned him about, you know, how's these Jesse James dogs, and I done bred to you twice and ain't got shit. What was the dog on the yard he was using?
I don't know what dog he was using on the yard. I know it wasn't Jesse James because they having puppies.
Right.
I ain't having no puppies. I don't know what dog he using. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what dog he using. He might be doing some David Tan shit, grabbing him some red dogs and from the pound, running down the street.
Yeah.
You know, you hear these stories. Remember, in the end, I told you there was some underground shit going on with Stone City and Evolution. In the end, guess what? I was right. I knew they bought that macho buck. They bought that damn dog of the year shit. They just bought it just to show us shit. Y'all can fuss at me and holler all you want.
Yeah,
but there was a connection. Because I always ask Jesse, well, how in the world you letting Evolution run this scam that they're running on people using y'all dog as the brand? And it turns out Jesse's nephew was the one, I think, Jesse's cousin. Yeah, he was the one that did this stuff for Evolution. But I always said there was something to that because he let them get away with a lot of stuff, pushing that Stone City stuff. I ended up sending Ugly down there to Evolution and look, they bred Ugly and they tried to make her pups all American. Where they get that from? That's some shit out of Evolution's playbook that Chico used.
Yeah.
You know, they used the same old playbook. And believe me, if you knew the story of them both, you understand what I'm saying. But, you know, that's just the way the shit went. But, you know, for y'all to think that I'm lying, I mean, how can a person who was right there, who know the guys, I ain't listening to no third party conversation. I'm sitting here telling y'all what was going on. What I know for a fact. Not even an assumption. These are things that I know. I had dogs right off of Macho Buck. you know. And remember the big red, the little red dog? Yeah, chocolate little dog. You know, he was nicely bred. I ended up getting rid of him up in Ohio. But he was a nice bred dog. He was a nut too. You know, but when it really boiled down to it, I mean, you living in Texas, one of the roughest places in the dog game outside of them boys up north, and yet, you know, y'all winning with these dogs as you claim, but why ain't y'all going into all these great kennels y'all got down here in your own backyard?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Texas, all that, but y'all ain't touching none of these bad boys to test your gameness. You ain't playing on that type of level because they can't afford to lose because all they're really doing is selling dogs. You know, and that's the difference between me and them. You know, it might cause me problems, but I don't care. I mean, what, telling the truth is going to be a problem for me? And so be it, bring it.
Hey, well, shit happens.
Yeah, it was good night, but it was a good conversation.
Good conversation, yeah. A lot of people, you know.
Everybody Earl Tudor, everybody Maurice Carver,
everybody Pat Patrick,
yeah.
Floyd Boudreaux,
yeah. Victor Acard, Southern Kennels,
yeah. Everybody gonna be that.
I think not you're born. He might get mad as hell to hear me say this. How you gonna check and see if y'all got DNA really off of Luke Kane? You can go and get you a straw of any dog and put a name on it. You're not measuring anything like Mayday to Lupe or Mayday to Golden Girl, to, you know, the dogs that produce them. You have to do a DNA check, you know, a profile to get the dog to say, yes, this dog is off of Mayday and this dog. Now, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the hold up and say, okay, that's Luke Kane. Because we got that type of profile. You know, that's like them taking Maytu and again taking Maytu and taking his DNA and putting it with Brat's DNA, and the DNA is supposed to say that these two dogs have the same sire. Okay? Now, those are the way you prove things. I mean, to sit there and say DNA profile, and then you go back and say, well, is the dog DNA profile off the mother and the father, or are you just telling me that they got the DNA profile on this dog? Because that's all the DNA profile is. They're taking a sample from the dog, but they're not measuring it to appearance. They ain't doing that to really know what the truth is.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're getting over a lot with that one. The straw situation.
Yeah, the straw and the paper thing.
But for a fact, we know they got straws off of Maytu. Now, whether they use them or not, I couldn't tell you. I always thought it was just one of them situations that where if you really ever wanted to find out how they could use them straws, because you know what they already throw. You already know and expect. Because if you grew up with them dogs like, you know, them boys have, they know if they got what they put in there. And I wouldn't even doubt them anyway because, you know, they still sitting on it after all these years. Don't know what they're waiting on, but hey, you know, the thing is, they don't have to bullshit. Especially if you got it and you've been sitting on it, it shouldn't be no hurry. So I take my hat off to them because they did something we didn't do. And they got, to me, I think they got a treasure chest there. Being that we already know about the little Mayday and what Brat and what all the rest of them did. And look at what they did with it. And look how far they ran with it. So if they ever wanted to start over, they knew how to start over. Even in the now. Really crank it in. Because you can't get no closer to Mayday than him. And I don't think too many people can say that. He'd be a double bred Mayday dog. Top and bottom. So, them kind of things there is what I think the young guys need to be aware of. how do you handle it? What do you do when it comes down to it being you? And you realize you are not the father. You know, that drama moment and shit, you know what I'm saying? So that's what the conversation was basically, to help you guys and realize this is nothing new, but this is the things that was the obvious to us. You know, this is the obvious. This is, you know, without having the third party things, these are things that you experience and you can look at it and see for yourself. And then history gonna give you something to work with, but you don't want that on your yard to realize it's not what it said it was. Okay? So y'all do me a favor now. Give me them thumbs up, thumbs up.
Come on, y'all, work the thumbs up, man.
Thumbs up, thumbs
Get me
up.
woke, get me woke, get me woke.
Muscles. 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 Now give your damn self some roses.
Yes. Yes.
Roses.
You just up them roses. Y'all did some great.
You need them damn roses.
I got a couple of them for you too, fellas.
Yeah, man. Y'all make sure y'all do that. Look, appreciate everybody who came out tonight. Big shout out to all my people who hit them super chats, showing that love. Again, as y'all notice, man, y'all, you know, every once in a while you see him just doze off like this. You know, when he do that, man, he do that so much that maybe that's why I'm kind of putting my foot down, because it's time for him to go see what's going on. He got the CPAP mask he don't wear. You know, now the hospital calling him on continuously basis. And only reason he is sitting here right now, because he still want to get in here. Let me do the show. I'll go turn myself in tomorrow. And then hopefully, whatever they're going to do, if they're going to hold me, at least I can stay there until Tuesday. Because if they hold me beyond Tuesday, I'm running out. And this is the truth. Guarantee, I'm telling you, he's not playing. You know, I was actually with him and his doctors today on the other line, because I'm trying to make him feel more comfortable about why you keep running out the hospital. Why ain't you taking the pills? Mike, it's 13 damn pills. You don't want to take the pill. And it's not being about hard-headed, man. These things that you see, if you ever find yourself in a situation to where you have to make decisions for your own self in life. Now, remember, we up in age, so a lot of the things that I say when I speak, you know, I don't know if y'all look at me like I'm an old man or look at him like an old man, but we really old men, you know. And to me, my parents lived to like 74 and 75. So that, for me, that means I got 10 good years of living if God permit. But even then, you got to make serious decisions on things that you do that can affect your life, just like these dogs do. Sometimes you got to take your own life and reevaluate the situation on what you want to do. Remember, I made a decision to put a box on me, even after they told me that there was nothing wrong with my heart. And I got the heart of a 40-year-old man. I was still 60-something years old. But yet, I dropped dead one day. Clearly, just dropped dead. And my preventive measures led me to having a defibrillator installed on my body when ain't nothing wrong. But at least I had to make that decision knowing, fellas, I'm thinking I got something that's going to be able to keep my heart right in case it do what it did to cause me to drop dead. That is what I call an insurance policy, because that's the only thing that would make sense for me to have this box in my body. And for me, that was a big decision, because actually I didn't want it, especially while you're telling me there was nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, but I dropped dead. I mean, y'all the doctors. Y'all supposed to be telling me something. Well, we can't tell you that much, but we know you need this box, because without it, you might not give it another chance. That's a hell of a way to put it. But these are the kind of decisions you also make in the dog game. Because sometimes when things don't make sense, believe it just don't make sense. Question it. Try to get it to at least make sense. That's all I'm saying. Even in that game, at least try to make it make sense when it don't make no damn sense. That's all. Do your own research. You'll be better off. But as we always in the show, keeping that thought in mind, if the first thing you keeping in your mind is, regardless of what the situation is, you're going to always, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I'm hanging in there, though, y'all. Y'all looking a little small now. You put my glasses back on, but yeah. Yeah. You're going to always, fellas. Because of how it go.
What they say.
What they try to do.
They try to do. We're going to always, you know what's up.
Scratch the win, baby.
Right then, I ain't want to say it. I just want to leave it like, y'all know what's up.
Y'all know what's up. You ain't got
to even say it, but y'all know what's up. Yeah. But look, man, appreciate everybody for showing up. Hey, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And truly believe that if God gives us and permits it, we will be back Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, go ahead and pick your dog in the night. Let me get this bitch cranked.
Y'all need to get y'all some pictures, and y'all need to get some old stories, and come join me on some of these shows, y'all. I know y'all got some good ones. I didn't put up too many of y'all pedigrees. I know y'all got it like that. So my dog of the night tonight, I'm leaving y'all with this one right here. The brother not to Triple A, but to Red Devil, the second Red Devil. Undertaker, a.k.a. Gaston's Champion Heartbreak.
Y'all enjoy the weekend.
You know what's up, fellas, with the love.
Hey, big shout out to my brothers over there at 7 Day Sports. Y'all know who yo is. Big shout out to everybody out there in the other channels. Big shout out to my man J-Bo. Sorry, J-Bo, I heard the show this day, man. I'm sorry. I got a little tied up last night, baby, but I'll see you next time.
Yes, sir. My man.
Shout out to MB from Pyro. See you, fam. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Frederick Hosmer. I'll see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam. shout out to Sporting Dog Archive for his participation tonight. Don't forget to check out that channel, Sporting Dog Archive. Don't forget to check out that channel. If you have not already subscribed, get over there. What you waiting on? Show some love. Show your big shout out to my man Bloodthirst. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam. Yo, big shout out to my man Chico Nicholas, representing D in the house. Appreciate the love as always, fam. Thank you, fam. Shout out to my man Show Enough. I see you, fam. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to Fresh. I see you, fam. Thanks for the love, fam.